Everybody, and hopefully we are live at your end. And I think I heard the little bleep, so I think we are now live. And for whatever reason, I'm having trouble finding my mouse here.
The cat got it.
Oh, you know what it's doing? When I drag it, it's going from my desktop to my laptop, which is next to it. That's weird. But anyway, hello, everyone. Hello, Joe. I did send you an email with a link, and we'll let David Stewart come in here. Hello, David.
Hello, Jeff. How you doing? Hey, Roy and John.
And we got Gustavo here in the chat, and Bob Our Photos. Hello, Bob. Ava. Hey, nice to see you again, Ava. We've got Jeff and Leslie, Terry Gardner. So we're not gonna really get going on the pictures till we have at least probably 20 people in here. So we're gonna wait a few minutes. Now I'm sure you're wondering why I'm dressed in a safari outfit. Well,
you're kinky.
There's always a method to my madness, and the reason I'm in a safari outfit is because I've been hunting for photos for this photo review. So whether it's a small bird or a flower or a larger bird with a fish, I figured instead of showing any of my stuff, I'm going to get the good stuff and all the good stuff from you guys. And hopefully Chuck and Maribel are joining us tonight. And so we'll see if I don't see her in the chat yet. So we'll give them a minute.
Yeah, Jeff, I had a text from Maribel today, and she said she may be a little bit late.
Okay, so.
But they're looking forward to seeing the pictures.
We have over 60 folks. I just want to say, and I'll repeat this because we only have 15 people on right now. I am so thrilled.
Yes, though.
I got Joe on here and Joe Mansland coming on, and I just want to say that I'm extremely, extremely happy with the fact that we have over 60 images. You guys really came through, wanted to, have a nice showing so that Chuck and Maribel would be able to, to see some great images from some great people, and they're going to see some really great images. And what's even more exciting, is that we have people that submitted images, and I'm going to take this hat off because I'm going to get too hot. I'm gonna do one of these. Wait a minute. Woo! Okay.
It's a nice adventure hat.
It's great that we got so many images, and it says a lot for the folks wanting to make the show special for Chuck and his wife and the rest of the family, and that's going to be great. And I know Chuck's not going to be able to stay up for the whole show, and we're going to try to limit the commentary on the pictures to like 4 minutes, because even at 4 minutes a picture, we're talking over 4 hours just to go over the images. So if we start to get carried away, I'll be breaking Chuck's record, for the live stream, which I have no intentions of doing because I took 2 Excedrin migraine before I even came on the show. So I definitely don't want to be on for 10 hours. And if my video looks grainy, I don't I look at my settings. Yeah, it's just my normal settings, so I don't know why it looks grainier than normal. I think we're missing some people here, so can't fit everybody in there. Now we can see Joe. I had to click it here, Joe, to squeeze you in. I had too many big people in here.
We need to lose weight.
you've got the change makers in here, and I totally get it. How y'all doing? Good evening.
So how you doing?
Oh, great. Thanks. How you guys doing?
What's up, Joe?
Good. Good.
Good. Nice to see y'all.
So we got 23 people on. So now everybody's gonna have to bear with me a little bit. This is the first time doing the photo review, and I am going to share a screen, and we're gonna get started in a few minutes here. I might wait a few more minutes to see if Chuck and Maribel show up. I mean, I don't want to wait too long. Like I said, I don't want to be on at 5 a.m. Eastern time today. I'll mention this too. Like some people might have sent in a few pictures, and then they sent a bunch more in later on, and then others sent in a whole bunch of them right up front. And what I'm going to do is, if you sent in a few and then you sent in a bunch, we're going to show the few that you sent in initially, so at least we get those in the queue while you're here, and then we'll show the other ones near the end of the show. And let's see, I think we got somebody else coming in here. Maybe. Oh, Wayne's back. I don't know why it toggled Wayne off. I had you on, Wayne, and then for some reason it toggled
There's
you
Chuck.
off.
Yeah, my sound didn't seem to be working, even though you had picture. I was connecting the picture because it was in log mode, so it's kind of flat. I corrected that, but I realized the sound wasn't working, so I went out.
Okay. Hello, Chuck. Chuck is here,
Chuck.
AP Studios. Hello, Chuck.
Hey,
Everybody
Chuck.
say hi to Chuck.
Morning,
Hi, Chuck. We miss
Maribel.
you.
How you doing, Maribel? So do we have, as Ed Sullivan used to say, we have a really big shoe tonight.
Oh, darn.
And we're going to get right to it. So I'm going to try to bring it up, and we're going to see how it looks. I'm going to look at my laptop, see how it looks, resize it if I have to. I may not be able to see the people on the panel because I'm going to try to do full screen with the images. And I kind of have my script for everybody's image. And then for those that are on the panel that submitted an image, when your picture comes up, feel free to jump right in and start talking about it. And so give me a second here to try to share the screen and see what happens and make some adjustments, and hopefully disaster will not strike and things will be okay. And let's see here.
So excited to see these photos. It's so motivational.
Want to make a quick shout out to Rakesh. Send Jeff your email, and he will forward it on to me, Rakesh, and then we can compare notes on shooting the night sky. And I have a fellow cat behind me. Just because Chuck has a cat doesn't mean I can't have one too. And to give me a better mustache.
Let's see what
That's
happens.
not possible. You've got the mustache.
Dude, it looks like moose antlers.
Like it's mustache number one. There is no other mustache to follow.
All right.
It's called the moose antler.
Mustache.
Mustache.
I could see
Up here in
everybody.
Canada.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
100%.
Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm sharing the screen. Unfortunately, it is not letting me make it any larger. It's not letting me make it any larger. Let me see if I could change something here.
So on my
Can you put
screen,
everybody at the
on a big
bottom?
screen there.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh, this picture is sick.
Is that
Well,
any
if I
better?
This is so much better than what I sent in. Dear God.
Yeah, let me fool around and see what mode. No, that's too small.
Ooh, I can see me again here. Very nice. Just kidding.
That's too small. That ain't
don't
bad.
want
At
to
least
be
I don't chop off the bottom. I think it's
Yeah,
gonna
that'll
end
work.
up being, I think it's going to end up being
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the message that says "Welcome to the monthly review," because if you make it bigger and everybody else go at the bottom,
Yeah.
that should work.
Chuck
So-
likes this
Thanks for the
one.
window.
Nice.
So give me a second here.
I guess
First-
whoever took this photo was trying to do some PR for the Canadian environmental policies because, I mean, there's no engine in that car. It's 1 horsepower. We're good to go.
Or Amish.
I wish.
That's the ones that got
Carriage
the
in
money spent,
Pennsylvania.
Joe.
Yeah, I wish I could make it a lot bigger than it
Yeah.
is,
That's how they could afford.
but I think that's gonna,
You had it before. I didn't know what happened when you put everybody at the bottom.
I think this may be it.
That should work.
Well, I think everybody could, everybody could see the image. I mean, that looks like that's all I'm going to get. But so we're going to start off, and for those that came in a little late, let me explain what we're going to do here. If there's anyone on the panel that has to leave early, and I know John is going to be leaving early, but what I did was I put all the pictures in the order in which I received them. And if somebody on the panel is leaving early, I'll skip ahead and I'll try to find your image so that you can talk about it before you leave, and hopefully it'll just like flow normal. So we're going to start off with this first image, and since we have 60 plus images, we're going to try to limit the discussion to 4 minutes or less per picture, or I'll be setting a new record, Chuck. And Chuck, I don't want to break your record on you because I don't think you're going to like that if I break your record. So we're going to try to move through these.
Jeff, you'll have to get the 20 questions going for each one.
Oh, so I got Van Lee said he sent an email here. Give me a second here. No, I did not. Unfortunately, I did not get your email, Van Lee. Unfortunately, I don't see it. So let me just, I'll pop up my email here for a second just so that you can make sure that you put in the right thing, and then I'll remove it because we want to get going with these pictures. So there's the email. Okay. And we're going to get started with the pictures. So the first image I got was from my friend Bob Reppert from Bob Our Photos, and he's the guy I shoot with, several times a week. Unfortunately, he has to put up with me, so I feel sorry for him. So this is his favorite Amish photo, taken in May of 2020 in Ronks, Pennsylvania, next to a roller mill, which is over 100 years old. Now, Bob knew the routine because he used to go up and he rode his motorcycle a lot with his friends. They rode out in Amish country a lot, so he kind of knew their routine in terms of, what roads they typically went on, when they went to church, kind of like when they went to the market, the whole 9 yards. So in this case, this is their path back from worship on Sunday, heading back to their farm. Positioned himself along the road, waited for the Amish buggies to show up, and he could hear the clickety clack of the horse's hooves coming down the road, and he timed it perfect. So it's raining. You have there is an adult in there with the child that you can't see because of the light, and but he got the young kid looking at him, and it's kind of funny because when you look above the little carriage, you have a sign and it has the word "look" at the top of the sign, which is kind of funny. And behind the carriage is a load of produce that they were bringing with them. So he's going to be sharing more Amish photos in the future, and he's going to find some pictures of that 100-year-old mill, which I believe he has as well. And people want to comment. Bob, I personally love the photo. I mean, it's and I love the clothes hanging, from the porch, drying in the rain. That works out well.
What I find so interesting about this photo is there's a lot of movement, but it's a moment captured in time. Like, it's like the movement is all frozen. Like, the rain is frozen, the clothes aren't moving, the shutter speed's high enough that there's no motion blur on the horse. So I really like that perspective. It's a really cool photo.
Yeah, I mean, and the rain, whenever you have the rain and that becomes an element in the photo, that adds something to it too. So, I know he misses not being. Bob was originally from Philadelphia, so now he lives in Myrtle Beach. So he misses not being able to go up to that part of the country, and he really liked being able to do that. But very nice photo, Bob. I think that's definitely one that I would make a print of and put it on the wall. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I like that he captured the little boy's face. If it didn't have the little boy's face in it, it'd be a totally different picture.
Yep. Yep.
I feel like they could postcard this. They could just say like "Welcome to Pennsylvania" in the top right corner.
So we're going to move on to the next photo. If my computer lets me.
Jeff.
Here we go.
Yeah, it worked.
There we go. I got to do a little bouncing back and forth here, but that's okay. So now this is from our friend Jeff Sluter from Jeff and Leslie Nature Photography, and he didn't provide any camera setting information, but he says with all the dark news that surrounds us every day, I thought I'd share a bucolic scene I captured last week. I find it hard to be unhappy when looking at butterflies and bees on flowers. Many times I miss the photo because I'm mesmerized by their beauty and how they flutter by from flower to flower. These are pipevine swallowtail butterflies on a button bush flower. The bee in the lower left is a common bumblebee. The bee on the lower right is not a bee at all, but a calligrapher hoverfly. They are bee mimics, but actually have no stinger. Many people think they're bees, but they're simply flies. So, I mean, that's a wonderful image. And the only thing I'm going to pick on you, Jeff, is I'm going to say you couldn't wait until you had something on each one of those buttons. You still had
like a little rush hour on that flower.
A little empty space there, man. You could have waited another minute. Maybe you would have had 6 or 7 more insects. Wonderful.
Or a deer coming along to eat all of them. It's such a cool photo.
Yeah, it's very nice. And
I like that the background, there's no clutter in the background whatsoever.
Yeah.
And what's
really
interesting
makes all the colors of the plant pop.
Yeah, and the one on the top that kind of is like, I don't know, I guess you'd say it's open or whatever, while the other ones haven't really bloomed yet, is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Good shot.
And Chuck, I wanted to pass along a hello and get well. Your friend Ray Powell, and from your favorite saying, Berwick upon Tweed, contacted me, and he wanted to send you his best wishes for a speedy recovery. He's thinking of you. He misses you. And he did say he was not going to be on the show tonight. He sent like 10 images in, and so I put his at the very end because he's not going to be watching the show. And you're going to have plenty of images to still look at tomorrow as well, Chuck, because we got an awful lot to go through. And Jeff is saying that let's keep an eye on the chat, so if the photographer has a comment, we don't miss it. So he said, okay, supply the camera information. Canon R7, 100 to 400, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 1000. Oh, he made it. Oops, it's a 100 to 500 lens. And the background was a lake. So
very close for a 1 to 500 lens. Very good close up.
Yeah,
really sharp.
So Van Lee sent an email to me again, and I'm going to look and see if I got it. And I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not showing up. I probably got so much stuff open on my computer that it's like having a hissy fit. But anyway, let's see. Yes, Chuck, I will thank Ray for you. Well, I don't know if I can really zoom in. I can try, but it's let's see.
Different background anyway. Different edges.
So there you go. Ooh, we're getting a preview of things to come.
Wait a minute. There's a little bit of a zoom, I think. Let's see. It's taking a while to update. There we go. So that's a little bit of a zoom here. Maybe I'll do this. I can see you guys from my laptop, so I will leave the Lightroom up, and that way I can zoom as need be and move around the picture, and you can see there's that little fly that wants to be a bee. Is that like Pinocchio? He wants to be real. The fly wants to
I'm
be
a
a
real
bee.
bug.
I'm a real bug. I want to be a bee.
Yeah.
Wonderful shot. I'm going to get rid of the stuff here. So we're going to move on to the next one. Okay, and zoom in a little here. That's nice and sharp. This is
I don't
from
think it's detailed enough. It's so beautiful, man.
Jim. I hope I don't pronounce your last name incorrectly. Jim Eads, Eads, a real Nikon lover is what we know him as. And so this is a nice shot as well. I don't know what kind. This is where Jeff and Leslie have to chime in and tell me what flower this is, because they know I really stink at identifying flowers. So he says this was handheld during golden hour, natural light, 5 mile an hour breeze, blowing bushes around. And he actually shot this at 120 frames per second to try to get a shot that was sharp enough. So he was shooting at 1/125th of a second at f/16 auto ISO, which ended up being ISO 450. The Z9 with the latest firmware update with the 50 millimeter MC Z lens, aperture priority, AFC wide area small, and then he also used 3D tracking. So he had a lot of stuff going on to try to get this shot with the conditions. And I run into that down here at the park as well, because being near the water, there's always a breeze. You're always fighting everything moving around on you. It's a real pain in the neck. And let's see, we will move on to the next now. Now, John, you speak up here. We're going to run into, let's see, we got 5 images that Mr. Ishii sent in. And John, I don't know if you want to go get your wife, because his are going to hurt.
Yeah, let me go get her.
Why don't you get her, and then you could talk about yours, and then we'll roll right into hers.
All right.
If I don't see something in the chat, I apologize, but I pretty much blocked it on my large screen, and I have to turn my head to look to see it on my laptop to the right of me. So I'm hoping I don't miss anything. So everybody on the panel, keep your eye in the chat so that we can pick up on any comments that people were making. Greg saying, wow, that can't be any better.
Corny.
Diana's getting ready, so
Want to just start with yours?
yeah, we'll just start with mine first, and I'll go.
All right. So Mr. Ishii's going to narrate these as we go through them.
There's just a couple of them.
And
oh, that's hers.
That's hers?
Yeah.
All right. Then I guess we're going to wait for her.
Hang on. Let me go get her. Yeah. Let me go get her. Hang on.
All right.
I mean, the only thing I'd say about that photo right off the bat is wow. I mean, it's so National Geographic. Like, I want to
Yeah.
go hiking and be
I think
active.
that's
I won't
Mongolia.
because I'm lazy, but I'm feeling that emotion. Yeah.
I'm
It's a
just
detail.
tired because I knew he walked a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what they say, it's always good to put a person in the photo when you can like this, so you have that concept
Scale.
of scale.
Just go to mine first. She's still in the
All right, is
bathroom.
that you, John?
Yeah. That's
All right, why don't you
Yeah.
talk about this one? We can always go back.
okay. This one was taken in at the Eagle Festival in Mongolia, and with they're Kazakhs, and they get together every year for this big, huge eagle festival in which they challenge themselves with their large golden eagles, doing different activities with their eagles. And these two had just finished, and they're on their way back into to their village, and they're carrying their big eagles on their arms, and it was kind of a misty day, so. And I think I used a D500 with a 300 f4 on this one.
Okay, I was wondering if that was fog or what that was in the image.
Yeah, it's just so it just kind of gave a cool, kind of like the Marlboro type,
Yeah.
Magnificent Seven type look,
It's epic.
Yeah,
but I love
like
that
I like the
D500.
fact that it's not dead center. Well, the person to the right is maybe dead center in the image, but you didn't get hung up on the rule of thirds is nice as a guide, but rules are meant to be broken. So it's nice to see.
Yeah.
I think it works better this way. It's more balanced with them being closer to the middle of the image.
Well, they're moving too, so I don't have a whole lot of time to sit there and try to get the composition absolutely perfect. But I do like it always off center a bit.
It's got like the ultimate natural pro mist put on it.
Yeah. John was actually using a filter with Vaseline on it. He just doesn't want to tell anybody.
Oh, I can tell you stories on that. You don't ever want to put Vaseline on your lens.
Not on the real lens, no. You gotta put on a filter.
No. Yeah, you'll never get it off.
You'll never get right.
If you do that, you might as well just put Never Seas on it, man, because it's gonna get everywhere.
We'll move on to your next one, John, if this is you.
Right.
Is that yours, John?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there is. Yeah, so these are the Kazakh people way out there near Kazakhstan. And this 13-year-old girl on the left, she's one of the few eagle huntresses in that area of the Altai Mountains. And I think this is shot with the D850. And you can see they take very good care of their eagles. And if you notice their costume, they don't wear North Face.
They don't wear North Face.
And if you wear
they don't
those
have any
jackets,
LL Bean or anything like that, huh?
all their coats and stuff are made out of what is that, wolf or
animal hide?
some kind of animal, and it's extremely heavy, but it definitely keeps you warm.
Now this structure that they're in, is it like shaped like a? I mean, is it basically a hut?
So
it's called a ger, GER, and it's kind of shaped like it's a round circle with a kind of a teepee. And the beauty is, since they're nomadic, they can take it down and set it up within a couple 3 hours.
Now, how big would you say it is?
Oh,
I-
it's big. It's quite large. It's
Okay.
enough to accommodate
About
at
5
least
people.
8-9 people. You know.
Wow.
Wow.
And they
That's a
cook
big
in
one.
there too, right? They
Oh
do
yeah,
the
yeah.
cooking in there
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see a little stovepipe on the left there.
on the left. Yeah.
In
Yeah,
the
it's
center
framing.
top open.
And then they burn since there's no trees, so they burn cow dung and what do you call it? Goat dung. And the thing with when you burn cow shit, right, or cow dung, it burns really clean and very, very hot. It burns really at a high temperature. So you got to keep feeding it because it it burns real fast. And of course, it's mostly all
Grass.
digested grass,
Yeah. That's why it's burning.
Yeah, but
From the
it
grass.
burns hot. So they accumulate like I'd say several tons of it during the year, so that because they need it for cooking and for
Wow.
warmth because it gets down to minus 25°C.
So
John,
it's
I have to
also a
ask my inner.
a natural air freshener as well, right?
Well, no, there's no smell. I mean,
No
there's
smell
nothing.
at all, huh?
No, I mean,
No smell after you've been in there for 5 minutes.
Oh no.
because
I know.
it's all that it's all regurgitated grass, right? So
Yeah.
there's nothing. The cows I
It's
ate
more-
turkeys.
Yeah, John,
more
question for you.
natural
I
area
have to ask.
where the
Yeah, Joe.
horses are eating and camel. All
What's
the livestock eat it, and pretty much when they poop it out after a couple of days, it's just grass on the ground. So it's not like other places where you see poop and it's there for days and it smells. This is not the same thing. And I was surprised when I first came here and I saw that. I was like, that's interesting. So yeah,
Moving on from poo, quick question for you, John. My inner millennial has to know, where did they get these faux furs? Because they look incredible.
faux furs, hunt.
I'm
The
kidding.
Furs.
I'm kidding.
Where did they get the
they
furs?
they ate what was it? They ate whatever was inside that for sure. It's so cool.
I think they got it at Walmart.
Yeah.
Quality. Well, that was one thing I was reading about in Mongolia specifically. It's a real problem for them, like the lack of forest and things to burn in some of the city and urban areas. They've got these villages outside them where folks are burning garbage, and it's just there's been so many health complications from people not being able to heat their homes because of exactly what you're saying, the
Well,
lack
I mean,
of
the
fuel.
population's so low out there, especially in western Mongolia, that there's very little pollution because there's nobody there. You say so everything is self-sustaining, and since they're nomadic, everything is natural. So there's very little garbage out there. The water's from the stream. I mean, and then what they eat is what they grow is what they what they have. Goats. I mean, if you want a lamb dinner, they'll just they'll grab a goat and just slaughter it right on the spot. And when they slaughter, it's very, very interesting because we wanted a goat dinner, so they go out there and lasso a goat, and then when they want to eat it and when they kill it, it's very interesting. They'll cut a slit in the stomach of the goat, about say 4 or 5 inches, and then they stick their hand in the slit and go into the heart to the main artery and just squeeze it, and it's just a painless death. And then the goat just passes out. Takes 5 minutes to gut it, drain the blood, and they keep every single bit of the goat inside and out to use for other things.
I know I'm not eating for about a week now.
I mean, I got a video on it, so and then they then they slaughter it, and you get yourself a nice barbecue.
John, you must work for National Geographic.
John, I'm going to skip to your next shot.
All right.
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay, so this is part of one of the competitions in which the the eagle hunter will, during the competition, what he'll do is, as you can see, he's waving a piece of meat there, and then the eagle from way, way up on the cliff will dive down and go for this piece of rabbit or whatever it is. And I tell you, I love that D500 with the 300 F4. You know,
So they basically, the eagles catch the food for them, and then they just basically share some of it with the eagle, and that's good enough.
Yeah, that's good enough. I mean, the eagles don't eat a whole lot, but basically it's more of a sport. You know, you don't really use it to hunt these days, but more of a sport. So what they do is they catch these eagles when they're, you know, they'll get the eggs, and once they're hatched, they take one of the baby eagles and rear it themselves and keep it for 5 years and train it to to hunt. And after 5 years, they release it back into the you know, they release it so it'll go back to nature and create more baby eagles.
Okay. I don't know. The next one might be your wife's photo. Let me kind of here. Yeah, the next one. No, we got one more that's yours here, John. I think.
Oh, really? I didn't know I said
I think that yours.
Oh, yeah. And they were having this horse competition, which they bend over on the ground and pick up.
So,
what is that? What is that in his hand?
I don't know what it is.
I mean, did he just grab something off the ground?
Yeah, it's a coin.
Okay.
It's a coin. So, you know, what they do is they do this. I guess Joe could understand it. It's like a Calgary Stampede. I mean, it's about as close as you can get to a Stampede. So they go down there and they do all these stunts, you know. And a horse is very, very important to the population there, especially to the boys and the men. You've got to have a horse. You've got to be a horseman. And I would have to say that these guys are. And I've seen I've been to many stampedes in North America, and these guys can keep up with the best of those guys easily. What they do, I mean, they're born on a horse. Genghis Khan conquered 20% of the planet on a horse. So there again, you know, D500. I love that camera. So when you put a 300, it becomes a what? What, a 400?
450.
Math.
450, right? Yeah.
450.
So
yeah.
It's sharp, you know. If you can get a D500 for secondhand, I'll tell you, it's a great deal.
Yeah, my friend Bob just, I think he gave his one. He had two of them. He kept one. He gave one to his daughter when he got the Z8. So he still has a D500 and the Z8. Is your wife available now, John? So we can go back to her pictures. Ah, there she is. Hi, Diana.
Hi, Jeff. Hi,
I'm looking at you on my laptop, and you're about the size of a postage stamp, so I didn't see you. I'm going to go back to your picture here, and I'll let you talk about it.
Oh, this is actually John's picture. It's not mine.
Oh, is it?
That's John's picture.
Yeah, well, when I showed it, he says that was your picture, so we kind of skipped over it.
That's her in the picture. Sorry.
Oh, John, you know, you can whack him in
the
head.
It's kind of hard to tell if the subject's so far away.
Couldn't see.
There she is.
Yeah.
Well, we were just commenting that how important it was for this image to have a person in the image to give you that sense of scale. It looks, it's really nice.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was so big. The landscape was just gigantic. Is it like Montana?
Yeah. But
no, this was in the States.
No, no, no. It looks like Montana without
Oh,
the
looks
fence.
like Montana. Okay. Now, is that
Mongolia?
dusting of snow there like all the time, year round?
No.
No.
That's fresh snow.
That's
There's
fresh
summer
snow.
there. Yeah, there's summer.
Okay.
Is that Mongolia?
Yeah. This is
Oh.
when we went to the northeastern part of Mongolia.
Ah.
You should go there, Wayne. I mean,
We went up to the glacier, and there's the border between Russia, China, and Mongolia. It's really cool.
Okay.
Yeah, amazing place.
Yeah, I won't make it
Gustavo
on this
has a
trip.
question here. That's a good question. He says, "Are the number and quality of the eagles and horses part of the status in their society? In other words, if one person, is it a status symbol if one person has more eagles than somebody else or has more horses than somebody else?"
usually they just have one
I think
eagle,
so.
right?
No, not for the eagles, but for the horses. Yes.
Okay.
The more horses you have, the wealthier you are.
Okay.
But not for eagles because they're wild animals. They
Yeah.
cannot keep it as like domesticated animals.
Yeah.
I'm glad I ain't there. I'd have a donkey.
There's none here.
So Diana, I'm going to jump ahead to what I know is your picture because you sent it to me.
Yes, I sent it
And,
to you. I have two
and here we go. We'll let you talk about this
Whoa.
one, which is like phenomenal.
Well, I want to talk about these two pictures because it's one of my passions. Because I like shooting lightning, and that was actually the very first successful lightning pictures that I have ever taken, and with a Leica camera, the SL. And so it was taken during the day at about 5 o'clock, and there was a rainstorm in Malaysia, and there's a lot of rainstorm here. And for me to take this picture, and this picture actually was featured by the Leica camera Germany. This picture was taken with a what is it called, the stopper, a 6-stop natural ND filter. And because when shooting pictures, we need a long exposure, which is kind of like contrary to what we thought. Lightning strikes are quite fast, but in order to capture that, we need actually at least 10 seconds of exposure. And I found out that through my years of experience of taking photographs of lightning, there is a sweet spot. It's somewhere between 10 to about 15 and maximum 20. Anything over 20 seconds of exposures, you won't get, very nice lightning. And so I found that, this picture was 6 seconds. And I have a 6-stop filter with that for that one. And for me,
This
another
is with
thing.
the Leica. This is with the Leica you don't have anymore, right?
Yeah. I sold it. Now, I was able to take pictures using even Hasselblad, the X2D, for the lightning shots. But another thing about taking this type of pictures, I usually take it, and then the file, I would take it in RAW file, definitely RAW, because you need a lot of data later on for if you need post-processing. And also another thing that I noticed for people who started out taking pictures of lightning is that try not to use too wide angles, because it's more logical. If you have a wide angle lens, I will be able to actually take in more shots because you don't know where it strike. So it seems like, okay, the wider the angle, the better, right? I got more chance of capturing it. But the problem is that if it is wide angle, you won't be able to capture, a very good, powerful image because it's too far away. And the lightning strike is like about this size. And if you zoom in and you crop, and then it loses the sharpness, and then you may have noise and all that. So my experience of shooting lightning pictures is to use a zoom lens. That's for sure, because you don't know where it happens. So you need to actually adjust it, and you take a look at what's going on and try to adjust it. But of course, it depends on where you are. I mean, if you're on a big landscape, and then you will have to adjust the focal length and try to get as close as possible with your lens.
Now,
So that
what did you use for your white balance?
auto white balance.
Auto white balance. And do you
Mm.
find yourself having to tweak that a little bit after the fact, or is it pretty good right out of the camera?
It's pretty good. And but one little tip that I want to just disclose is that you shoot under, at least a stop under, because the lightning is so bright.
Right.
And when it hit and when it happens, and then it will just blow out the whole picture. So you want to underexpose this picture. And then later on, this is one shot. This is not a composite. This is one
Yeah.
shot. So later on, you use a brush, just to bring back the foreground. So, but you don't want to blow out the sky. And later on, it's very hard to control when you do the post-processing. And this picture is cropped just only by, less than 10%. So you got to get the focal length correct so you can have a very powerful image.
Now, you weren't using a lightning detector attachment on your camera or anything. You were just trying to
No.
time it and shooting so many frames a second and hoping to grab it.
No, because I can't find a trigger for the Leica camera.
Yeah.
There are triggers for other brands, camera brands like Canon or I think Nikon too. So my friends actually from the Canon users, they use the lightning trigger. They said it's really good, but I can't use it because they don't make one for Leica.
Yeah.
So what I did actually, I shot interval. Now,
Okay.
there's a trick to shooting interval because you have to decide based on your experience how to set the setting. For instance, how much you want to shoot in between the interval. Sometimes, I will do every 2 seconds if that day the weather has a lot of lightning on that particular moment. Sometimes I will shoot 4 or 5 seconds because it would take a while for another lightning strike to come. So it really depends on the condition of the weather.
Yeah.
If you stick around, you'll see my 90-second lightning shot. You can
Well,
Oh
see
yeah,
how.
90
Yeah.
seconds.
Wait till you see the next one that Diana did, because when I saw this picture, and before I show it to everybody, you have there's certain images that you're going to see in the show tonight where could definitely be in a movie, like end of days type of thing, like the earth it's over for us, we're done. And the next picture made me think of that she sent me, and we're going to go to it right now, and you're going to get blown away.
Oh yeah. I've seen
And it
this.
Composite?
should be coming
this-
up here.
This one is a stack photo, meaning that I have stacked, I think about 40 pictures
Wow.
into one shot. So what it means, I think there's a difference between composite pictures and stack photo, is it? Because this is the same photo, same foreground, but same position. And you don't move your camera. So one of the trick of doing this type of photo is that you set your tripod and you just don't move it, even though it's very tempting because sometimes you can see, okay, outside my frame, all the lighting is happening on the left side or the right side. You tend to move the camera and we say, okay, fine. But if that's the case, you cannot capture a shot like that. You got to stick to it and then you just put the tripod and that's it. I'm not touching it. And then just let it shoot. And that particular night, because there was a typhoon in the South China Sea, and so that was a very turbulent night, and I had about 40 minutes of lightning nonstop. So I'll just shoot for that night, 40 minutes. So
Nice.
once you see the where the lightning usually comes from, and you decide the focal length, okay, so I think that this is about 50 mm. So you decide on the focal length and then you just shoot that. And once you get all these pictures and put it in a file, and what I'll do is that I'll go to Photoshop, and Photoshop has a very good stacking feature. And you go down to that file and then you go to automate. And then under Automate, they have one function. It's called load files into stack. So once you load it, you select the folder, all the 50 files will load in stack in the Photoshop. And then what you do is that you clip all the 50 pictures and then change it into a smart object. From that, you can choose a function from the smart object, and then you stack it using maximum for stacking. So then the computer will process. And then once it processes, it will have an image like that. So that's the post-processing process, and that's it. And if your exposure is correct, you don't overexpose any of the photos, then it will come out beautifully.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that picture is phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. And I know if I had lightning that looked like that where I live, I mean, I live in an area where we get a lot of lightning storms where I live. But
right.
if my dog saw that much lightning, she would be like digging a hole in the house to try to to hide. I'm telling you that.
Well, there's a lot of very interesting thing in the sky. Another tip about shooting lightning is for this one, for the f-stop, I use f9, not wide open, just f9. It's very sweet. Because then everything will be very sharp, the foreground and the background and lightning, because you don't know where it strikes, so you cannot decide the focusing. Focusing, of course, is infinity, or depends on where you want to focus, but I usually put it on infinity.
Yeah, this is wonderful, and I want to thank you so much for sending these in. Both of you for what you contributed to tonight's show, because it's fantastic imagery of both people and places and nature at its best or worst, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it.
Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot. And
I love them all, John and Diana. And
Such
Diana,
cool photos.
I chatted with her several times on Instagram about her work. So.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
She knows I'm a big fan of it.
Thank you.
And,
I'm a big fan of your photos too.
Thank you.
And Joe, I know your son's with you, and your photos are only about three. You're like 3 photos away, so we're 2 photos away. So we're gonna get to you soon, because I know your young son probably isn't gonna can't stay up for the whole show. But so we're gonna move on to the next image, and the next image you're gonna see is from Luis Pereira. He's not able to attend the show tonight, and so here's his image. It's gonna pop up on your screen in a second. And there's a delay between what I'm seeing on my big screen and what I see on my laptop. Here we go. So this is he took this image in West Germany a year ago of a mating European common blue butterfly, and this is at 1/320th of a second at f13, ISO 800, using a Nikon D7100 with a Tokina 100 millimeter lens with a flash and a diffuser. Okay, Jeff and Leslie, what kind of flower is that? Help me.
I just think it would have helped if he'd had butterfly eye detect.
Yeah, the eyes are nice and sharp. I mean, I can zoom in a little, and it's really nice.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
I mean, the
Jeff,
one on the
Jeff,
right.
I'm feeling kind of naughty looking at this photo.
Yeah, I mean, well, what can I tell you? Use your imagination, or don't use your imagination.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm not going to use it. I'm just going to observe the colors.
Yeah, observe the colors, man.
Joe is the butterflies of many eyes. So, which eye does the eye detect work on?
Yeah.
On my Z6, it'll find a plane. Yeah, keep saying the Z6 has got plane detect. It just immediately loses focus and goes to the plane because it's just like, okay, infinity. Here we go.
But yeah, Ava says the colors in this are great. What beautiful butterflies. Yeah, it's a wonderful image, and when you could get a color like that for your background because you're let me see, he was shooting, well, actually, the background obviously was far away because he was shooting at f/13. So what's blurry in the background wasn't anything that was too close to the butterflies anyway. So it
Looks
worked
awesome.
out.
That looks really good.
Yeah, that color palette in the background just seems to always look good with these butterflies. That or emerald green color for some reason.
Yeah.
But this one shows off the blue hue in the butterflies, which is really nice. That bluish gray.
Now, Ava Campbell's joined us on the show. I believe this is probably her third week in a row. Ava, maybe I'm counting wrong. I'm guessing at least the third week. And you're new to the show. And now Ava, the next image is hers. It's the first time she ever sent in a photo, and I applaud her for that. And we do not shame people on this show. We may make a comment here or there. But we do not do it to denigrate anybody's work. And we're just happy that you participated and that everybody participated. And that's what it's all about. And we will move to your image right now. And
that's cool.
Now here's what's going to blow you away. And I'll tell you what she said about the shot. And you're going to laugh because if we're all honest with each other, we've all done this. So she says her photo settings were horrible since she was set up for hummingbird shooting. And then this gecko, and I made a comment, who I think works for Geico, pun intended, jumps on the planter. And then, of course, you got that beautiful contrast between the planter and the gecko. And she just saw that. She had to turn around quick and snap the picture. And, of course, he jumped off, she says, before she could adjust her settings to do a reshoot. And we can all relate to that. She edited it in Lightroom and used Topaz denoise. And here is a perfect example of how good denoise works, because she shot this at, like she said, she had it set up for hummingbird shooting, and she was at 1/3200th of a second at f7.1. And this was shot at ISO 20,000.
Whoa.
20,000.
It looks so good.
So she's like many of us. You're set up for a certain subject. Something else catches your eye, and it's a fleeting moment. You have a second or less to react. You don't have time to change your camera settings. You take it with whatever you got. And there's so many people out there that would revealing her settings here, that would try to be critical. And I'm just the opposite, because I'll tell you, I follow a lot of professional photographers that have been doing it for their whole lives. And many of them will say, you do what you have to do to get the shot. Don't get so hung up about your settings. The bottom line is she captured a wonderful moment in time. Nice pop of color. She did a fantastic job, and this is her first time sending in a picture. And I'm glad, Ava. I'm glad that you did. Very nice.
Great shot, Ava. Like it.
I love it. I've always been a proponent. I don't care what my ISO is, man. Just as long as I get the shot. Who cares?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
You can add noise reduction later.
Yeah, you could get so hung up on your settings and beat yourself up afterwards. I don't know how many times I'm like, I got the camera set up for a bird in flight, so I got a high shutter speed, and then I or the other way around. Let's say I'm shooting a bird that's stationary for like a bird portrait, and all of a sudden a bird flies right at me, and so I don't have time to change the shutter speed. I just pan with it quick and get a picture, and I hope it comes out okay. And probably 60% of the time I throw it out, but 40% of the time I end up with a pretty nice shot. So, I mean, you do what you got to do. You don't have, we're not computers. We can't change the cameras that fast.
Yeah.
But nice job.
Just get the picture.
The big thing is, in this, she got the shot. and that's
She
all.
got
that
the
matters.
shot, so that's all that matters.
No, and I mean, honestly, if she had to said something about the settings, I mean, it just looks like a great photo, right? So I think that's a real testament to, like you guys said, getting the photo no matter what, and
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
let,
You-
I'm set up for this one thing, deter you from quickly pivoting to get a really cool split moment shot.
No, it's yeah, it's nice. The contrast, the color is just it whacks you right in the eyeballs, man. It's just great.
Yeah.
Now the next shot we're gonna do here, and give me a second, is the next shot is from Joe's son Gabriel. So we're gonna show Joe's son's shot first. So hang on to your seatbelts, folks. Bang.
Oh, that's awesome.
Who took this?
So
So-
Gabriel,
Oh,
Gabriel, do you want to talk
Gabriel.
about your picture a little bit?
Yeah.
Go right ahead, youngster. You did great.
Tell me what you shot it with.
I shot it with my Nikon Coolpix
And where were you?
at the zoo.
Yeah.
Good job.
No, it's
That's an awesome photo.
Now, what I like too is I like the fact that you have that area around the peacock that is more brightly illuminated, and then it kind of fades as you go out. So I'm assuming you had some decent backlighting. I'm assuming, Joe.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was just good lighting. I got home from work and he showed me the pictures he shot at the zoo, and I was like, "Holy cow! I wish I would have shot this picture."
You should make a print of it and go back to the zoo and say, "Hey, do you guys want to sell some of these in your gift shop?"
Yeah, and I just processed it for him. I cropped it a little bit and just processed it for him, and I didn't have to do much, and it was good.
And Gabriel,
This doesn't look like it was captured on the Coolpix. Like, it looks so good.
Yeah,
you did a great job, Gabriel. I mean, your dad's got to be proud of you. You're picking up right where your dad is at, which I think is great. I'll tell you, it's so rare where I shoot when I ever see a young person with a camera in their hand, and when I do, I always I basically walk up to them and shake their hand, and I say, "Oh, it's great to see you out here enjoying nature with a camera, and keep it up." And the same thing to you, man. I think it's great that you're getting out with a camera and taking your own images, because obviously, we could, not to get political, but we get so many kids never get outside because they're busy with their PlayStation or whatever. And I think it's great that you're actually getting out in nature and getting some great shots.
I've been watching on camera on my phone.
yeah. The color one was really nice too, but
The black and white.
black and white better.
Yeah.
But great job. Now you can start an argument with your dad of who takes the better pictures.
That comment
Hopefully he'll be passing me up soon.
The comment that Chuck would make now is the only thing the matter with this picture is I didn't take it, and thanks, because I'm going to put this in my gallery that I can sell.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Joe, can you bring your kid more often? It's nice not being the youngest person here for once. This is glorious.
I hear you.
That's
Yeah,
actually
I don't know
Joe's
if
grandson.
Joe, I don't even know if Joe Man's land if Joey even has to shave yet. Are you old enough to shave, Joe?
Oh God! When I tried growing my beard once, and my mom just looked at me and she said, "Are you a Hutterite?" And I was like, "No." She's like, "Okay, well then get some electricity and shave your beard," because it was just it was. I couldn't do it. I still can't do it. I respect beards, but I cannot grow one.
See, if I
Now we're
shave
gonna-
mine, I look like him.
Give it a few
Now,
years.
the next image is from Dad here, Joe Stroud, and what's neat about this is he pulled the rabbit out of the hat. He shot with something that you guys, most of you folks, one have maybe never seen one of these, and I'm sure you haven't used it to take a picture. And I applaud him for doing it because you know how I like my old cameras, and so we will skip to this picture. And Joe took this with a circa 1900 1901 Kodak Brownie, and this was your nephew's, Joe, nephew in the
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah, it's f-stop. I have no clue. Shutter speed. I have no clue. And it was 400 speed film, 120 film, Tri-X, I believe. That's usually what I use. And I just pointed it and clicked it. Hope for the best.
I like these, and this is now if we had Z-Wade on, he would say, "I love the character of that lens."
Yeah, I love that little brownie. I'm actually going to do some portraits with it here before long.
Now, where did you find that? I guess that's looks like almost like a giant ball of hay.
Yeah, that's all hay bale right next to my house where I grew up. As a cow field or a field. You know, they had cows there certain times of year, and they would cut it and just bale it.
And Joe, what kind of film was it?
Tri-X.
It was a 4x5.
No, it's 120. It's it takes 116 film, but you got to get some little spacers on the other spool that your film is on to kind of be even with that take-up spool. And you can use 120, and it'll do the whole. I mean, it doesn't have. That's the whole negative. It bleeds out over the negative a little bit.
We got Bob from Bob Our Photos taking off. So have a good night, Bob. Thanks for coming on.
Joe Manland's going to take off too.
I like that. So
I mean, it's beautiful, Joe, because the sky has got that sepia type look to it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I tone it a little bit, and after you shoot the film, you wind it, and you don't really know where you're at. You kind of got to look in this little red hole in the back that's got some acetate on it or something.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, you just kind of maybe you'll see the number of the next frame, and you might be a little past it, but every one of these images, the image overlapped each other. So I just had to cut it in the middle where I thought it was. But I shot this one, probably like 3 other shots, a little bit different. And this was the best one out of the bunch, but they all turned out pretty cool. None of them was really in focus. I think the focus is on the hay bale itself. Because I couldn't even, the little glass
the lens
was dirty. I couldn't even see.
What kind of lens was it, Joe?
It's just a little plastic lens inside a Kodak Brownie. With just a little,
it's just a fixed lens. It's just a.
Oh, I see.
It's from 1901.
That's awesome.
Hey, Joey, can you hang around? I could jump ahead to your picture so you could talk about it.
Oh, okay, sure. As long as it's not an inconvenience, guys. I just wanted to tune in to see how everyone was doing.
No. Hey, I'm used to inconvenience, man. That's my middle name. So let me try to find it. Okay.
It'll have way too much color in it, and it looked like it wasn't shot with my
So
Z6.
we're gonna skip ahead here quick and then come back so that we can see Joe's picture before he takes off on us. And I'll let you talk about it, my friend. So give me a second to click on it and.
Yes, this is my photo. I don't know. I took this one just at the east end of Calgary there. Obviously, it was probably not a ground camera. This was with my drone. So I took this with the Mini 3 Pro. And I shot this in RAW, but it didn't do the stacking. There's this one mode you can do where it's basically just an HDR stack that the drone will automatically do. So it'll turn into a 48 meg photo. I didn't do that with this. This was just the 10 megapixel. Yeah, I mean, I just chucked it into Capture One and did a little bit of editing on it. And that was really about it. I didn't really do much else, just play with the colors a little, and I just punched the shadows a bit because I wanted to try to make the whole thing pop. And actually, ironically enough, I posted this on Instagram and it like did okay, but then I posted it on LinkedIn and it did like way better on LinkedIn. It was like the weirdest thing. Some guy from some hotel in that area was like, "Hey, you gonna come take a photo of my hotel?" And I was like, "As long as you're in the foreground, and it's not of the guest room, maybe."
Looks good, Joe.
The
Nice
guy
and
was
well.
concerned that you took a picture of his hotel.
No. He wanted to hire me to take a
Oh.
photo of his hotel, and I was just like, "Is it really your hotel, or are you just some creepy guy that sits outside, pretending to read a book, but you're not?" It's like when you go to a coffee shop, and there's always some guy that looks like he's writing a book, and then you actually look at his computer, and he's just playing Pong. I could do this from home, but I decided not to. Had to make the trip out to belittle everyone, be like, "Oh, you're having sugar in your coffee. How dare you!"
I'll zoom in on it a little bit here again. Now, and you don't have any issue. They don't have any issues with the drone flying in this area. You're far enough away from an airport, I guess.
It's right in that gray area with the airport. It really just comes down to the weight of your drone, right? So I mean, don't take what I'm about to say, folks, as this is legal in your city, because it changes city to city. Even within Canada, this isn't like if I went to a town an hour from here, it might be completely different. With the city of Calgary, you can fly a micro drone in most areas as long as it's not a designated wilderness area. There's a list of splash parks as well you can't hit. But aside from that, if you're flying a micro drone, the only rule that applies to this area federally is I think it's Rule 707, which basically just says don't be stupid, right? Like don't fly in NOTAMs, like don't fly over a lot of people, and then obviously don't go above. I think it's about 100 feet in the air. If you go above 100 feet, you have to get special permissions. But for this photo, I didn't have to. I was just next to this bridge right here, so I just popped it up. And I think this flight was probably about 5 minutes. That's the other thing as well, is try to limit the amount of time you're in the air. The reality is a lot of folks have got drones right now, and you never know how many of those are going to be zooming around, right? So, the longer you're up in the air, the more risk you have. So for me, I try to do these 5 to 10 minute micro flights unless I'm doing a hyperlapse. So that way then, A, I'm conserving my battery and I can take it with me to different spots, but B, I'm not going to run a risk of either A, being clipped by something, or B, having someone come up and engage me potentially in a way that I don't want to be engaged, whether that's, "Hey, I'm going to steal your bag," or "Why are you flying a drone here? You're the son of Satan," right? So it's
Now, is your drone? Do you have a feature on your drone where it will come back to you? You hit a button and it'll come right back to where you are.
Yeah, the key with that one is on the older drones, make sure you actually let the home point update before you take off. Sometimes it can take a few minutes, but yeah, the auto return to home feature is great because if you get kind of mixed up, and Roy, that's amazing. If you get kind of mixed up and you don't, that's awesome, and like you don't know where it went, it's a really handy feature for sure.
Roy's got a friend on his feed here.
I just turned the wrong camera on.
Joe, you need to come up with something cooler. You need to say, "Man, I skydiving off this building and I just decided to take a picture."
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, I could sell the photos. Actually, I won. The camera store was doing, like, the camera store that the DP of you guys used to be on. They were doing a contest, and I just saw that they had posted this contest. It was like the last day, and I just posted this photo on Instagram. So I actually ended up winning one of their photo contests using this. And I think honestly, it's not because the image quality is particularly great. Because again, it's a micro drone. Like, it's not going to be a Leica or a Hasselblad, Diana, but it's not bad. It's just the perspective and being able to get that shot.
Pretty darn good. Looks pretty darn good to me.
Well, for a cell phone sensor, I reckon it's pretty good because basically what you have in your drone is just a cell sensor.
But I wanted to make sure we got your shot in while you were here before you run away from us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna run because I'm in the middle of a Ted Lasso binge with my family, so I'm gonna go keep crushing that before our Apple TV thing expires because it keeps crashing. And I was like, you know what? We're gonna get the 1 month free. We'll watch all 8 programs it has to offer, and then we'll move on.
Good shot, Joe. Good seeing you.
Well,
All
Joe,
right,
you
good night.
take it easy. I appreciate you coming on the show tonight.
Hey, my pleasure. Oh, and we have a quick question on the side there. Joe, does your drone have the auto hover for photos? I mean, it's got like a tripod mode, which I don't think it's called tripod mode anymore. I forget what setting it is, but on the Mini 3 Pro, there is this essential tripod mode where it will just stay in one place. And I mean, when I stop moving the controllers, like the sticks, it will hover really well unless it's like super windy. Even when it's reasonably windy, I find the Mini 3 Pro doesn't have too many issues. But anyways, folks, yeah, I got to run. But Chuck, I know if you're still watching, maybe you went to bed, all good. Just want to say, miss you a ton. My fiance's been asking to see how you're doing because that's how many people you've impacted. You know, everyone in my family knows about you, and our thoughts are all with you. So, you know, hope you recover quickly, and miss you, buddy. And have a great night, everyone.
Take care, Joe.
Yeah,
Hi,
see you,
Joe.
Joe.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night and awesome photos. Diana, you make me want to sell my camera. Like whoa.
Get ass blood.
So the next entries, I got 3 photos, and I think this was also the first time this individual I think ever sent any photos to anybody's show or whatnot. And I'm not sure if he lives in England or Germany. I think he's 6 hours, difference, but Germany, I think, and England are both 6 hours difference in time, and he won't be on the show. He'll be watching this when he wakes up. But he goes by the name Scubarazzi, and the last few streams we got into Gustavo and I talked a little bit about underwater photography because we were both scuba divers. And Scubarazzi is obviously a scuba diver as well. And Chuck, pay real attention to this first shot. He did this picture specifically just for you, and it is really, really cool. I think everybody's going to like it. So he says this photo is devoted to Chuck, the M&M Slayer and Oracle of Nikon. This is his first photo stack of 50 photos processed in Photoshop. And I will bring up the image, and then we will talk about it a little bit. Here we go. It should be coming up in a second if you don't see it yet. And this was, he put a glass panel on top of a bowl of M&Ms. Then he used a small syringe to put small drops of water on the panel. And I don't know what kind of glass this was, but basically the only areas where you see the M&Ms is where he put the water droplets. And so, Chuck, this is an M&M photo just for you, courtesy of Scubarazzi. This is at 1/20th of a second, f4.2, ISO 100, Nikon Z8 with a Sigma 105 f2.8 f mount, and a 2 times Raleigh Lumen Pocket RGB light setup. So very, very unique image.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that the M&Ms sitting on the glass are calorie free.
Yeah, they're calorie free. But yeah, definitely an image that he had to put a lot of work into.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it looked like it would take a lot of time to get all that and then composite 50 images to really get that look. That's nice.
Yeah. So Scubarazzi, I think everybody's going to like your images here. I know I was very blown away by him. Now his next image, I'll leave this up for another few seconds so people can kind of enjoy it. Since we got 3 or 4 minutes per picture, I don't want to rush through too fast either. Let's see what some of the comments are. Okay, Robert Silver, hello to you, my friend. Glad you could pop in. Randall, nice to see you here. Yeah, magnifying effect with the water droplets. So it was just kind of weird to me that without the water, basically you wouldn't know there were M&Ms in there. You would just see shades of color. It's really, really, really odd. But I'll move on to his next photo. And this one's close to my heart because being a diver. So we will skip to this, and I will go over what he sent in for a description. So this photo, he said, was taken 2 years ago in the Red Sea in Egypt at a depth of about 15 meters, which is around 50 feet. Curious turtle dropped by. It saw its reflection in the lens and wanted to take a nip. So basically the face of that turtle is right at the front of the lens of his underwater housing. Not
That's
much
an awesome
water, he
shot.
says, between the lens and the turtle. Now, he's saying the composition looks good with the divers in the background, but the reef is disturbing. And I'll disagree with that, because I think if you just had this as an open water scene where you had nothing in it but the two divers and the turtle, I think the reef anchors the photo. I think the reef is an important element in the photo. So I disagree with him thinking that the reef is a bad thing, my opinion. He says you can't always get the perfect composition while underwater. Well, that's true. I know that from experience. So this was taken at 1/1000th of a second, f7.1, ISO 320 with a Sony RX100VA in a nautical NA-RX100V underwater housing with a Fantasia underwater lens, UWL-400Q underwater wide angle lens, and two S2000 strobes. Really, really, really. This could be on the cover of Skin Diver magazine I don't even know if Skin Diver magazine's still around, to be honest with you.
He looks
With a
alien.
name like Skin Diver, I don't think so.
Yeah, well, that's literally what the name of the magazine was, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I remember.
But what a wonderful shot.
He's got a human look to him, looking back at you.
Yeah.
You know these turtle shots, right? Have you ever seen that anti-plastic commercial where there's a turtle and there's a straw up its nose?
Yeah.
Have you
I've
seen
a
that?
lot of stuff.
Now,
Yeah.
I've done 500 dives. I've seen hundreds of turtles, but I have never seen a turtle with a plastic straw up its nose.
I've seen a lot of fish and you see a lot of turtles tend to get tangled up sometimes in pieces of netting, as well, and they get that wrapped around their flippers or whatever. So
I've seen it on YouTube.
It's sad.
It was probably
I never seen a turtle caught up with anything.
It was probably Hunter Biden's pet turtle that saw with the straw up his nose.
He had a pet turtle.
I had I took a picture of it. It was a ruddy turnstone. It was in, I think it was when I was taking pictures with Mozman in North Carolina. I drove up, where his dad lives, and we took some pictures, and we went on this. They had this huge pier that went out in the ocean and on this one beach, and the pier was actually made out of cement. It was very impressive. It wasn't like the piers down here in Myrtle Beach that are typical designs where every time you have a tropical storm or a hurricane come through, the piers get wiped out. I mean, this thing could stand up to any kind of storm. It was all cement. But anyway, the ruddy turnstone was limping, and I couldn't figure out why it was limping. And I took a few pictures of it. And when I got home, it had a fish hook stuck in its foot. You could see the fishing line and the hook that was basically in its leg. It was really, really sad. But this is a great shot, and then he's got one more that he shared with us here that I'll skip to. And this is obviously
wow.
a series of pictures that he stitched together, and he has a friend that's a falconer.
Very nice.
So this is a falcon, belongs to a friend of his. The falcon's name is Lena or Lena, Lena, and she is a Saker falcon. The falconer is training her with a lure, and from time to time throws a piece of meat in the air, and Lena is catching it using her claws. So he took a series of pictures in flight. It says easiest to do when the sky is blue. Camera set in manual mode, but using autofocus because he wanted to prevent the ISO from changing between the shots. He stitched the pictures in Photoshop. To prevent the sky from being boring, he did a sky replacement with something that had a little bit more, with the wispy clouds in it. So this was at 1/2000th of a second at f2.8 ISO 400 with a Nikon D500 with the Sigma 70-200 f2.8 in natural light. And you could see the leather strap there on the
Leg.
of the Falcon.
Yeah, great shot.
Or great shots.
Great shots.
Yep, great set of shots. So those are all from Scubarazzi. And my friend, when you wake up in the morning and hopefully you watch the show, I want to thank you for sending in images for the first time. And I think everybody's enjoyed them. Appreciate it very much. And now is Gustavo, are you still in the chat here? Are you still with us? Let's see if he comments.
He should be, if he's in front of the computer right now.
Yeah. Gustavo, if you're here, I'm going to show your images if you want to come on the show
There
and
he
talk
is.
about them. It's up to you.
There he is.
There he responded in the chat.
Okay.
So
If you want to come on the show, Gustavo, I think I sent you a link, so I'll give you a minute or two to decide if you want to come on the show and talk about your pictures. And then you can run away if you want, if you don't like the criticism.
he said he has no link, so I
No
guess
link. Okay, so he sent me detailed information here. Oh, before I move on to his shots, Scubarazzi sent me a few images of the gear that he used to get that underwater shot, and I'll just show them really quick. We won't comment on them. They're not really photo review pictures. It's just kind of so you can see the amount of equipment you need to take those underwater shots. So here's one image here. You can see the housing in the middle for the Sony camera that he was using.
Looks expensive.
Yeah, it ain't cheap. You got 2 underwater strobes. You got a whole bunch of
lens ports and all that stuff, and arms and shoot.
Yeah, you got all those arms, and oh man, you got lots of stuff. That's a lot of stuff to carry around with you. And then here's another image.
Good thing it's weightless underwater.
Yeah.
That's the cool part. When you're underwater, it's a whole different thing.
Yeah,
But
when you're underwater, it's not only is it a whole different world for you as a human being to be underwater to see what you see, but when you're bringing camera gear down, to me, that's the hardest photography in the world because your objects appear closer than they really are because you're wearing a mask, so you have that issue. You're trying to focus, and usually most underwater cameras you're using an extremely wide angle lens. You're using a 28 millimeter or wider lens. That's typical. And if you're lucky enough where you can afford strobes, these are two. I wouldn't say these are super high powered strobes, but they're decent ones. Oops, sorry, I just screwed up here.
I love the look on that turtle's face, man. That's great.
But yeah, he he's got some interesting gear. So it's always fun to see what people use. But you could get under, for those of you who may dive, or even if you snorkel, you go on a snorkel trip. You go on. I looked up. I went on B&H earlier today, and there's a handful of underwater cameras that are good for like 50 feet. If you're snorkeling, you're not going to go deeper than 50 feet anyway. And yes, they're, and some of them are digital. So there was even a Kodak digital underwater camera, I think good for 50 feet. And it was less than $140. So if you're going on a vacation and you're going to do some snorkeling, hey, spend $140. Get that camera, and it had a small built-in flash, and you'd be surprised how good the images will come out. I mean, they're going to be pretty darn good.
Chuck's about to leave the chat.
Yeah, Jeff. Chuck's gonna leave and call it a night.
Okay, Chuck. Have a good one. Thanks for coming on.
Night,
Chuck. Make sure. I'm sure you'll watch the rest of the show tomorrow. Hope you liked what you saw, and we miss you. We want you back as soon as you can get back, my friend.
Yeah, take care, Chuck.
Take care, Chuck. It was good having you. Can't wait to see you on screen again.
And let's see. We're going to move on to Gustavo's photos. And we all know this is Gustavo photo because he has his name on it. Well, on my screen you can see the name. On your screen you can't. But this is a broad-tailed hummingbird. And let's see. This is he says hummingbird season's now in full swing in Colorado. The rufous and calliope are passing by on the way to southern Mexico and Guatemala. They only stay for 2 to 3 weeks. Males arrive first and leave first. Females and immature stay until early October. This photo is of a male broad-tailed hummingbird, and he took this at 1/3200th of a second at f6.3, ISO 1400. With the Nikon Z9 with the 800 millimeter PF, and he used auto capture, folks. Gustavo is becoming an auto capture expert. He says picture was taken at minimum focus distance of 5 meters. Cool shot, a lot of beautiful color in that, and it's the hummingbirds. The few hummingbird pictures I've taken this year are nothing to crow about, and there's no males. I've not seen any males yet, just females.
I love watching them hummingbirds, man. Them are some mean little dudes.
Yeah, I mean,
back down from nothing.
with the speed they flap their wings, they have to be on a sugar high all the time to keep up that energy to fly around like they do, and they're in a flower. Or even if you watch them on a feeder, when they take off, I mean, you blink, they're gone. They're like all of a sudden they're 50 yards away in like an instant. They just so fast. But Gustavo is very fortunate to be able to get some extraordinary hummingbird shots where he lives. So I'm very jealous of you, my friend, very jealous.
Yeah, Gustavo, that's a great shot. And this is one of those where you almost need auto capture, so you can get close like that and not bother the birds.
Yeah, that's what he used. And then he was using auto capture, I think, I'm trying, David, maybe you remember, he had a picture. Well, I don't know if he sent you the image or not. I know he sent me an email with an image, and he was getting a bird that was like leaving, had a nest, a hole in a tree type of thing. And he got it leaving, because the auto capture was able to pick it up and get pictures of it. So he's having a good time using that auto capture.
Well, the first time I tried auto capture, I shot 5,000 frames in half an hour, and because my camera doesn't make any noise, I didn't realize what it was doing. So then I figured I better watch some Richie videos because it filled my 256 gig card like right now. You know, but it's amazing what it'll do if you get it set up right. But it takes a little bit to get it set up, and I'm sure Gustavo can probably tell us how to do it properly because I haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, when I want to figure it out, I'm gonna give Gustavo a call.
Well, he found that I found that PDF file from Nikon, and I told him about it, and he did watch it, I believe, and he said it was very helpful. So there is a PDF on how to use auto capture on the Nikon USA website, but of course they bury all that stuff in. You got to go through. Seems like you stumble across it by accident, and then you say, okay, I guess I'm gonna grab that and save it because I haven't had time. I probably had it in my computer for 2 weeks now, and I haven't had 2 minutes to even try to read it.
Well, Richie did a couple of videos on it, and you have to listen to every word that he says because something that he seems to be glossing over is extremely important. You know, and you can't miss anything. At least that's what I found.
Yeah, I don't think he that's a subject that he could have covered in a lot more detail, but he would have had a much longer video. But I mean, there's a lot of information in that PDF file.
Well,
Hey, can I ask a question? So Gustavo, you used auto capture for this?
That's what he relayed to me.
Okay, so when you set up the auto capture, it's it's the movement of the bird coming into the frame, correct?
Well, you could set it up a lot of different ways. You could set it up where it's a distance thing. Anything that's within 10 feet, something gets within 10 feet, it picks it up. You could do a combination of distance and direction. So you can have it where if you know the subject's going to come from right to left, from the right hand corner of your frame to the middle, you can say, I only want you to focus on something that's flying in from the right hand corner of the frame. So there's a lot of settings in there, and you don't necessarily have to use all the features. You could just do distance only, and almost like a trigger out in the field in the woods. You know, you can say, okay, anything that hits that 15 feet away, it's going to go and take a picture or shoot a video of it or what have you. But there's a lot of different settings.
It only shoots one frame, or you can program
whatever you set it up for. You could set it up to shoot
really?
20 frames a second. You could set it up to shoot video. As long as that subject's moving, it's gonna, once it hits that 15 feet away, it'll start filming it. You could do all sorts of stuff.
Have
the
you
only
tried
thing, John, it's got to be on multiple exposure. You can, well, when it's triggered, you can tell it how long that you want it to shoot for, and then when that time is up, you tell it how long you want it to not shoot before it starts again. For the triggering, it can be moving in from whichever direction. You got a choice of 8 different directions, like up, down, left, right, and all the diagonals. So you can have how fast that it's moving can be part of the trigger, and how big it is can be part of the trigger. You know, and it's just amazing what it'll do. And it's not something that you're going to get right the first 3 times, maybe the first 10
very
times.
sophisticated.
Oh, it's way beyond anything that I've used before.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Gustavo's saying here let me find this comment right here. I'll put it on the screen. No, that ain't what I wanted. Wait a minute.
I mean, it's perfect. I've seen a lot of hummingbird pictures, but this is beautiful. The wing is perfectly straight, right?
Well, like he's probably shooting at 20 frames a second at a pretty high speed and whatever. So then you pick the best one. But the nice thing about it is you set your camera up and it's shooting away, and you could be someplace else, so you're not in a hide. And if your camera is there and there's no people around, then the animals aren't bothered by it, because we had a discussion one of the other YouTube videos like this, and a lot of these birds can count. So if you go into a hide and they see you, they know that you're in there until after you leave. And I don't know how high these birds can count, but to get around it, you just take and set your camera up, and you can leave it there for a day. It's not as if you got to be there watching it. And Gustavo, he's got an ideal setup. He can do this around home.
Oh, really?
And he set up his Z9, and he probably wishes I could do it on the 8. I don't know, but and all he got to do is supervise it, and he can do that from a distance. Like he can be up with the second camera shooting at the same time.
Well, I hear he's usually eating pancakes and eggs and in the kitchen and eating breakfast while the camera's doing all the work, right, Gustavo? He doesn't like it when I say that. The camera's doing all the work.
Well, if you got a camera that you can program, go ahead. It's just the same as having a computer that you program. You don't do everything manually. Use the features in your camera. That's what you pay it. That's why you buy it. If you want to shoot manual, buy a ZF. Do everything manual.
He says he only does it for a couple hours in the morning when the light is good. Yeah, that's true. Does it every day on the Z9 while shooting other photos with the Z8.
Wow.
Well, that's the way it should be.
Yeah. So let's show his next shot. Wonderful shot, Gustavo, as always. I feel like just calling you Mr. Hummingbird because you live in an area where, man, it's cool. That's all I got to say. So this is his next shot coming up, which he took this shot with the Z8 and the 24-120 f4 lens. He took this shot in Argentina, and he says where football is a religion, according where Maradona and Messi are the main deities for, and when
Soccer.
he says football, he's talking soccer, of course, which is
Real football.
what they call football there, not what we call football in the United States, but.
Well, the U.S. is only a small portion of the world,
Yep.
It is.
I like that, David.
And the only country that runs with a ball in your hand and call it football.
Oh,
Hey, you sounded like Russell Peters there for a bit.
well, I don't live in the U.S.
Yeah. Dave's going to start cracking U.S. jokes here because he's in Canada. Don't make me break out and sing the old Canada, song. I don't want to have to sing. But this is a neat shot. I mean, it's like, man, and it's interesting that with the yellow area there to the right, I'm trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, exactly.
Just looks
And
like
the yellow
waiter. Yeah, waiter waiting on somebody, and part of it's black and white, and the waiter's in color. That's interesting.
Can you zoom in, Jeff?
Yeah.
Hey, the next World Cup is going to be in San Francisco.
So I can't read the. It says bar Pichin, I believe is the, yeah. Pichin Bar. And they take Visa. They got Visa. They got Wi-Fi. Hey, you're all set. They got a sign. I could see through the door there. It says beer here. A lit up sign, beer here. I like that. This is like one of Joe's shots, you know, where you look at it and then you see other elements, pictures within a picture, as they say, right? As you look in through the doorway there, and you see what else you could see. Doesn't look like there's many people in there. I don't really see anybody. I think a reflection of somebody sitting. I see someone sitting down, but it's not full of people. A lot of empty tables. So what's it, Gustavo? If you're when did you take this image? You know, what was it recent, on a recent trip, or was it years ago? So let me zoom back out, and we're going to move on to the next. We're going to move on to the next image. Oh, he says he was there in June. Okay. So Randall, the next shot is yours, my friend. So here's a picture that Randall Brander sent in for us. The next image coming up, and this is a dear friend of his. So this is Randall's dog Wanda, which, if you don't know or can't tell, is a Chihuahua. 1/30th of a second at f4, programmed auto, using a ZV-1 M2 at 17.6 millimeter. Everybody's a sucker for an animal photo, Randall. That's kind of cheating, you know.
Yeah. Too cute.
Yeah, my dog Patches is actually part Chihuahua, and but you know, obviously he has a body of a dachshund, you know, and has a little Chihuahua and boxer. Quite a mess of a dog. I always joke that the boxer part is always screaming, "Why am I in such a small body?" You know.
My old college roommate had a part Chihuahua, part German Shepherd. It was the size of a Chihuahua, but it looked just like a German Shepherd with the hair and the coating and stuff, the coloration. Yep. Name was Poncho. That was a cool dog, man.
Now, Randall, you have multiple dogs, right, Randall? I think you've had when you've come on the show previously, on Chuck's show previously, you have multiple cameras in the house, and didn't you have like 2 or 3 dogs, if I'm not mistaken? I believe.
I've never seen 2 at least.
Yeah. So I'm assuming this one's your favorite dog, but I won't say it too loud. I don't want the other dog to get jealous.
That's pretty good color from the ZVE1.
Yeah. And so we're gonna move on. We got 2 pictures from Rakesh. Sent 2 images, and they're the same image, and one is color, one is the color version, and one is the black and white version. And so he wants to know from the audience, which do you prefer, the color version or the black and white? So I'm going to go to I'm going to show the color version first.
Oh, I've seen this.
Now, he doesn't provide any information as to where this was taken or any camera settings, so I can't.
Wow.
I don't have that information to share, but This is the colorized version. And we'll look at this for a minute.
He lives down in New
Close so far.
Jersey, so it's probably close to there.
Oh, sorry, Randall. He said he had to put down his 15-year-old Yorkie, so he's down to 1 dog and 1 cat. Sorry about that, Randall. I have unfortunately had to put down many a dog myself. Nothing worse than having to do that. But this is definitely a cool photo. I don't, like I said, well, maybe, you know, maybe what he could do is if he's able to come on one of the other shows, or Rakesh, if you're watching this, like when you wake up, send me an email just that I could share with people next week, and just let me know like where you took this image and what the name of the lighthouse is or what have you. So that's the color version, and here's the black and white version. There we go.
I think the color, like the color.
Yeah, I like either one of them, but the color is a little bit stronger.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I got with the black and white is the swirls in the sky. In the black and white version, kind of almost make me a little dizzier. But
I'm just curious how long it took to get all this stuff. Is it 250 shots? Is that one night?
I don't know. He didn't supply any information, so I hope that when he watches this, he can send me an email and let me know what the settings were on his camera, so I can kind of share that next week for those of us that are here now.
Is this Rakesh's shot? This is Rakesh's photo, right?
Here he is.
Yeah,
2.5 hours. He says 2.5 hours. Oh my God, Rakesh! Sorry, I didn't see that you were here. I'm glad you're here. Where was the picture taken, Rakesh? Two and a half hours. He's got a lot more patience than I do. Although I guess I stood there, waited 2 hours for a bird to get a fish as well. So I guess maybe I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I stay put in
Lighthouse, New Jersey. Yeah, he's funny there, Jeff. East Point Lighthouse, New Jersey.
Ah, okay. That's cool. You know, each picture has its own feel. You know, I mean, it's always fun to compare a black and white version to a color version, because it's if you had 10 images that you showed in both black and white and color, it wouldn't be like, oh, everybody likes all of them in color or everybody likes them all in black and white. You know, it's all depends on the image. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like if it's and like I think, Joe, when you took that picture that we must have talked about it seemed like we talked about it for an hour, justifiably so, when you had a picture that you took inside that gas station waiting area that had talk about the pictures within a picture. That looked so cool being black and white. I can't imagine that it would have looked better in color. I mean, it looked great. Looked great. So our friend David Moots, before the show started, he sent me an email that he wasn't feeling well tonight. So David, I hope you get better. Sorry that you weren't able to join the panel tonight. But he was nice enough to send us an image. And of course, he's going to compete with Gustavo here and send us a hummingbird shot. And he said, this is a broad-tail hummingbird drunk on nectar, is how he worded it. And this was the Z9 with the 600 millimeter f4 EDFL. So this was with the F mount 600. And I know from the last show, I made a comment that I said, I noticed you're selling a lot of your lenses. And he said that he had just bought a used, but, basically mint condition 600, the new 600 f4 Z mount lens with the 1.4 built in. So I said, send in another picture using that lens. But if he's not feeling well, maybe he didn't get a chance to get any shots with it yet. Hopefully he did, and hopefully he can share a picture from that lens next month. But I like how it's just like laying there like it's totally wiped. It's totally wiped out.
No, it feels.
Taking a nap.
Yeah, I'll zoom in on it a little bit. Take a second for it to show zoomed on your screen here. There we go. Love the colors and the detail of those lenses. This is the F mount version. There's nothing wrong with, in Royal's side, there's nothing wrong with that 600 f4 F mount. Just look at the detail underneath the eye. How sharp that is. I mean, you cannot complain about the sharpness whatsoever, and the color is great.
So skilled to get that sharp too.
Yeah. David, great job, my friend. We hope you're feeling better. We hope we see you next Saturday. Yeah, real Nikon lover says, love the hummingbird shots. They never get old. That's so true, man. I could look at hummingbird shots all day long.
We don't get them.
You don't have any at all, right?
No, none. Mostly parrots and other birds here.
You got birds there. The birds try to kill you there too, since you got everything else that tries to kill you.
The only bird in the world apart from the ostrich that kills people is a cassowary. And we've got that.
And you've got that.
Got big claws like that dinosaur on Jurassic Park.
Well, or like a velociraptor.
Yeah. Tear people's guts out.
I tell you what, those hummingbirds will give it a fight of his life, though.
Yeah. So our next image is from Dana Garrett, and so let me bring this up. Give me a second.
Cool shot.
This is a photo was taken during a test session at this year's Madison Hydroplane Regatta in Madison, Indiana on June 30th. He says the regatta had 3 classes of boats. The boat in the image is a Grand Prix America hydroplane, and he took the image from shore. 1/12/50th of a second, f5.6, ISO 100, Nikon D500 with the 200 to 500 zoom lens, set at 500 millimeters. And of course, with the crop factor, it was like 750 millimeter lens. Oop, and I just jumped ahead here. Sorry about that. Yeah, we'll go back to it. I'm in library mode here in Lightroom, and if I sneeze and move the mouse, I just jump ahead.
I've seen color
in pictures.
A bit more color.
That's an interesting boat, though.
It is.
I mean, those are the ones that sometimes when you watch some of those events on TV, and it's scary because sometimes you see those boats where they actually get airborne and they turn upside down and it's horrible. They flip.
Yeah, or you see the guy tilt the world.
Yeah. It's like I wouldn't want to be in the boat. So I've got two photos here. Somebody have their YouTube on as well?
Yeah.
You're echoing, Jeff.
Okay. I mean, my voice is that good that I want to hear it twice. So we have two images here from Andre McCallum.
Maybe it's not you, Jeff. Maybe somebody else is got YouTube on.
Everybody's echoing.
Yeah. Somebody else has two feeds. Okay, cleared up now.
It stopped now. That's good.
Okay, so we got two pictures from Andre McAuliffe that he took at the Malta Jazz Festival. So we will put his first image up. And this is just a picture of a piano player. Very moody shot. Joe, this is kind of like something you'd like, I'm sure.
I've been doing some live music shooting lately.
That's one shot
I like
in black and white. Should be
kind of
black
like
and white.
the outline of the light around the body.
Mm-hmm.
The blue's a little distracting.
I'm trying to figure out what above his forehead there, I don't know if that's a light there. That light area,
Yeah, it probably is.
Right where his hairline starts.
Man, I've learned though, just shooting the few live shows I have, that when you get that good shot, you're like, oh man, it's great. There's a spotlight right where you don't want it.
Yeah. I mean, he can easily, obviously, Photoshop that out without too much trouble. But I love the outline around the body, though. And at the same jazz festival, he also took a picture of a saxophone player, which is the next image. And that should come up in a second here. Zoom in.
That would be a cool shot, tied in on him with the colors in the background.
I'll zoom in on it here.
Lovely colors.
Yeah. Yeah, Mozman was in San Diego the last couple days, not today, but I think I don't know if it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. He had to drive to San Diego and he had to do a photo shoot at a convention, and he said he got to deal with the first time with the flicker effect from a certain kind of lighting where it really kind of messed up the picture. He may or may not have had time to go in there and change the frequency or whatever to try to get rid of the effect. But he says, yeah, it was a pain.
It's not as bad a problem these days, but it used to be a real problem once.
Well, these are cool. I mean, we've got echoing again.
I'm not guilty this time.
Okay.
Wasn't me.
Well, what's neat is with the photos we've seen tonight, we've seen a lot of different genres of photography, and underwater photos for the first time, which I thought were really neat as well. So it's nice to see all the different stuff.
Yeah.
The next shot we got coming up is from, and I'm gonna first say he goes by Pharaoh Man is what he goes by in the chat. Sean Fontenau, Neau. I'm going to pronounce your name wrong. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
So his shot coming up here, and this is they talk about minimalist photography, and let me unzoom this, and you'll see this in a couple seconds. This was taken in the Gobi Desert, And Wayne, you've been there.
Yo, he and I was together out there.
Oh, you were together out there. Okay.
Yeah,
So this is like
I
the
kept seeing a
last.
bunch of these. I sent him the link, but he's not going to come in the chat because he's at the vet right now. This basically, we've been seeing a bunch of these basketball nets like out along the way in the desert because, of course, the Mongolians move around a lot, even in the Gobi Desert. So they may put something up here, they leave it, and he decided he wanted to take a picture of this one. He took a couple of them, but then he's like, I think it would look good in black and white. In the background, what you can see, there's like the sand dunes for the Gobi. So he decided to take this one and submit this one. It was pretty cool out there.
Yeah, it's I like it because it is so minimalist, and it's like you just scratch your head and you say to yourself, why is there a basketball hoop there?
Exactly. He just responded, the basketball hoop to nowhere.
Yep. Well done, my friend. I like it. It's one of those you scratch your head shots. You look at it and you say, really?
Like, how far away is the other one?
Oh, some distance. When you're out here in the countryside, people don't live very close to each other. And the way they do things, I'm going to go off topic for a little bit, is you'll see a lot of animals just roaming around. They belong to somebody out there. Most of them aren't really wild. Horses, goats, sheep. And as you get close, you may notice like there's a paint on them or a brand on them. My understanding from visiting my in-laws out there is that like they'll take turns, like they rotate who manages all the sheeps and so on. So one family will be responsible for getting them all back, and when they come back in, these animals pretty much know exactly where their homes are, and they go to that spot and they go settle in for the night. It's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a cool shot.
Now, did you send another one?
That was the only one he sent me.
Ah.
The next two shots are from our panel member here, Mr. David Stewart. And the first one he took, and the second one his partner in crime, Anita, took. So we will look at David's first here. And when I first saw this image, it was kind of like an end of days shot to me, kind of like Diana Ishii's shot of the, with the lightning. I saw this shot and I'm like, I'm thinking like this is a dream sequence. You're having a dream and you're seeing everything, from this perspective. I mean, it's cool. It's definitely cool. Why don't you talk about it, David? What you, as much as you wish to here.
Oh, okay, then. I think Anita's got her sound on in the background, so you might pick it up.
I'm gonna head out, fellas.
I shot this with a full spectrum camera. I had 16-35 on it, and this is at the Railway Museum, and that locomotive in the picture was actually running at the time. It was they have a big oval that it goes around, and it's situated on a farm that they made into a museum. So these grain elevators that are there are being used, and it's like I'm getting to use this more and more in infrared just to see what it's like, and you get some interesting effects. Is that the coniferous trees, they reflect the infrared, whereas backwards, as the coniferous trees absorb the infrared, and the deciduous trees, like the broadleaf trees, they reflect it, and so that the grass comes out white, and it's there's no evergreens in this picture at all. It's a fact that on the prairies, it's usually too dry for them. But anyway, this is the shot. I think I shot this fairly wide at the time, but used a 16-35. If you have any questions, I can't see the chat at the moment, so I'll see what I can do about that.
Yeah, I like how, you did a nice job with the leading lines there, following the track, from the corner of the bottom right of the image, and your eyes just follow that track and flow right into the center of the image. I like that. That was done very well.
I
And
just like the whole thing overall. I've always had a
yeah,
thing for this infrared stuff, but never got around to doing any conversion. But this looks really nice.
yeah, it's definitely cool, and I like the clouds.
Yeah.
So much a good thing. I mean, it would if you didn't have clouds. I mean, it would be a totally different picture if it was like no
Just a
clouds at all.
black
That's for
sky.
sure.
Yeah, you've got to have clouds. Like depending on how you play with the colors before you change it completely to black and white. It's because the filters that I use, they're not monochromatic. They 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 allow a little bit of blue and yellow and green and all the other colors in there. So you know, be nice if it was monochromatic, but then it'd be totally different. You couldn't play with it as much. But it's a different effect. But I get the camera out every month, and like I got my 16 to 35 on it, and it only costs me 350 Canadian to do the conversion in Vancouver. And there's lots of places that do it.
Now, I'm assuming that's like an abandoned bus, or you think that's actually something that's in use once in a while, or is that just sitting there?
I think I'd have to say yes to all three. Yeah, this museum, they're suffering. Well, they haven't recovered from COVID because they were shut down for 2 years, and there's an awful lot of maintenance that has to be done when you got rail, and the track has to be inspected whether the train runs or not, and so they have to bring in a consultant to do the inspection, or else they lose their license and all the rest of this stuff, and it's so they're suffering bad from COVID still. So,
Many places are.
oh yeah.
What
So hopefully it keeps on
frequency?
going.
What frequency filter did you use?
I
700,
think it
720?
I think it was an 850.
Yeah, you said you used in the info you sent me was 1/400th of a second at f10 ISO 640 IR 850 filter.
Yeah,
That's a bit more color in.
yeah.
But that's cool. Now that next image is Anita took this next image, which I will get up on the screen here. And I definitely have a question about this image. Is this some kind of like painterly effect or something in Photoshop, or I mean, how did she get that look of really, it really looks like a painterly effect on the deer, and then that log on the bottom of the image.
Mm-hmm. I'll see if I can get her to answer. Anita, you want to answer the question? Is it a painterly effect?
Looks almost posturized.
How did you process the picture? She said she didn't process the picture at all. This is just the way it came out.
Really?
Just the lighting.
Wow. Because it really looks like it had like a different effect applied to it or whatever. So it's because, I mean, I looked at this for I don't know how long, and I'm like looking at the fur on the deer, and it almost looks more like a painting. So I mean, that's, if she didn't do anything to it at all, that is like really, really cool how that turned out that way.
Well, I'm going to blame it all on the photographer.
And she had, this was 60th of a second at f2.4 ISO 80 at 76 millimeters.
Yeah, that looks really cool. It almost looks like a painting, as you said.
Yeah, that is definitely different. I've never really tried to do any different effects like that, and here she didn't try to do it. It just happened to come out and looks like she did.
Yeah.
Well, I think mainly it might have been the camera that she used, but I didn't tell you what it was on purpose. Just the same as we didn't tell you what kind of camera I used.
Yeah, David, like, just everybody in the audience, that David likes to keep secrets. I can't do nothing about that.
This is one of those things. The brand shouldn't matter. So
yeah,
I
this
don't
is
discuss the brand.
This is one of David says, if I tell you, I'll have to kill you. No, I like it. I really do. I was scratching my head trying to figure out what was done to it, and the fact that it's nothing just blows me away. It really does. So our next.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Well, I said that's just the way the vegetation looks around here in certain places at certain times of the day. You know, if you get the light right, you can get this. But the big thing is to catch the deer like that, and to be able to get close enough. You know, which doesn't happen every day.
No.
Yeah. But
Well,
it's surprising how close Anita can get to wild animals. And
well,
I'm simply amazed. You know.
Tell her wonderful job. Tell her that she did
Yeah.
a wonderful job.
Yeah.
The next images are courtesy of a fellow panelist here, Mr. Roy Bixby, and his wife. So Roy can talk to these. I know how much Roy likes to talk on the show.
Yes, blabbermouth.
You know, so here we go. Here's shot number one.
Okay, Z8 in May 9th or something. 100 macro, straight out camera. Test program, test picture. Flowers are easy for me because it's just like product photography, except more boring.
I like it. Looks nice.
Just a test picture.
Macro.
I like the color, and then everything is. I mean, everything in the center is like tack sharp. You know. And
Habit
then
of a lifetime. Yeah, that's all it is. Just a test picture.
Well, I hate this when you word it that way. I could imagine it's like yeah, this is the one I didn't really try hard at, and look how good it is. You know.
I just wanted to test out the Z8 when I first got it, and
this was Gustavo's asking what lens. You said it was a 105 macro, right?
It is.
Yeah.
The flowers are about 1 inch across. Full frame. It's non-cropped. It's non-edited. Just straight to camera to test the camera.
If you get a good test shot, just you want to see what the capabilities are, so that you
do.
You know, when you're going ahead,
you have to test it. You have no limitations.
Like I test all of mine all the time, and I figure it's just a great big experiment that never ends.
Works for me.
Well,
next.
So next.
Great shot, Roy.
Thank you.
So
I think it's my one picture with a P900.
Yeah, you said P900 photo from the wife. You know, it's funny. I call my wife Whiffy sometimes. You wrote in the email Whiffy's P900 photo. I call my wife Whiffy too sometimes. So Now,
It's
what
a,
kind of bird is this one? I mean, a macaw of some kind, or just a parrot?
It's
Or
so I think it's a Rosella. I'm not big on
cool.
animals. They all look the same to me. We get a lot of those around our house and that. That's when a while ago my wife put out some seeds for them.
It's the coolest
Oh,
to be able to have birds show up in your background. Nice shot. I'm sorry, in your backyard. So you can just shoot them whenever you want to.
yeah, I see another bird sitting on your fence underneath. You could barely make it out, but I could see
Yeah.
the bird
Yeah.
underneath that one.
Amazing zoom on that camera. A little
Ooh.
sensor, but amazing zoom on it.
It's a red pigeon.
A red pigeon, yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
well,
it is.
well, Roy actually says on this next shot, he says it's a pigeon.
It's a rainbow lorikeet pigeon,
Colorful pigeon.
D500.
So you may not have hummingbirds, but you have very colorful birds just the same.
Yeah, we do.
Exactly.
I mean, we down here in in South Carolina, other than the painted bunting, which is a beautifully colored bird, any birds that have color, it would be like a bird that would be predominantly yellow, or like pretty much one color, maybe a little bit of another color, but to have a blending of colors, we don't other than a hummingbird or a painted bunting, we don't really get
Well,
that.
the parrots are very colourful, but most of the other birds are not. Very brown birds and black birds, and rather than the parrots, they're all nice and colourful.
Yeah, as Greg Wilson says, colorful pigeon.
Yeah. Painted pigeon, maybe.
Yeah. Maybe that was a brown bird, Roy, and you did a Photoshop job on it, right?
That's a thought.
And now we have a couple more pictures from another member of the panel tonight, Mr. Wayne Maddox. So he can get to talk about his several pictures that he took. Let me get here on the right one, and everybody should see this in a couple seconds. I don't know if you see it quicker than I do, but I just saw it now.
Yeah.
So this is also what the Gobi Desert as well, right, Wayne?
Yep, these are the sand dunes.
And I don't see any footprints. I don't see any footprints.
They're probably somewhat not in this one. That's it's a really wide shot.
Yeah.
So there might not be some there. This place is like 143 kilometers long and 43 kilometers wide. So it's a whole lot of sand. And when you get up to the top and you look out there, all you see is a whole lot more sand. I was taking things in color, but then I took a black and white, and I liked how it looked. You can see it's pixelated. When you asked me to shrink it, I was like, I don't know if I want to do that. But, it looked really nice in black and white doing it out there because it was really bright sunlight. It just, make it look good with the shadows from the sand dunes and so on. So I kind of went down on the side a little bit to catch this one.
So was this like midday?
It was probably 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere around there. It's odd in Mongolia. The warmest temperature is reached right about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And then the sun is setting at like 9, 8 something, I think now. And it's still light until almost 10 o'clock at night. So it's kind of really weird. But yeah, and with barely any clouds out there, it was just like bright all around.
Yeah, I like the I like that effect, like in the from the left corner, you're like a little bit, well, basically like a third in where the shadow line picks up, and then it goes up and it curves. I like that. I like how that worked out, and just the shapes in general. I mean, it's very very calming photo.
Yeah, now that the picture's coming into focus, you can see like where the in almost at the bottom left there, where the shadow ends, you can see the footprints going off to the left.
Okay, those are footprints, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, I didn't know if that was just grasses, grasses that were sticking out.
No such thing here.
No, okay.
It probably some horse poop or some camel poop or something that got there and I got covered up, but not grass. Grass was behind me. You had to walk up there to get to that one.
Okay.
And I never made it to the top of one of these dunes. It was, just from where I was, when you started going, you just start sliding after a period of time. But some people say it took them about an hour or so just to get to the top of one. And I was like, yeah, that's okay. My knees are starting to hurt. I'm done.
And it looks like you were lucky where it wasn't windy.
Yes, because that's one of the things that me and Sean was worried about was which lens should we take. We both took the 24 to 120. I think he also took the 20 millimeter because he didn't want any sand getting into the lens, but it wasn't windy at all, so it turned out very well.
No, nice shot, Wayne. Very nice.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll jump to Wayne's second shot here. And actually, there's 3 shots. I said 2 shots that Wayne took. He submitted 3 shots.
Oh yeah,
So
I thought you would have just picked 2.
Yeah, so we will let you talk about this one. This is interesting.
Yeah, we were waiting we're taking the Milky Way shots, and then the thunderstorm popped up. So I kind of turned my camera around to get it because Sean was basically shooting this stuff. And because we walked away from camp, I didn't take a second lens with me. So this was with the 50 millimeter APS-C lens. So you're probably at about 24 or so. And then the Z8, that's the only 1.4 lens that I had to try to take the Milky Way. And it was pointed out there. So this is a crop from what you can see. Clearly the stars are there. There's some clouds in it. And the lightning that was happening at the same time.
Yeah, the light coming down, it almost has a funnel shape like a tornado or something,
Yeah, the lightning. It didn't quite get a good one in this one. I had another one that I did, which a lot of lightning stuff like Diana's, because I did like a 90-second exposure on that one. And of course, when you do that, because of how it is, it looked pretty cool, but because it was so far out, when you start to zoom in on it to get it in there, then you start to get a bit of pixelation. And I tried to turn it into a TIFF and then zoom in some more, but it didn't come out so good. So I didn't submit that one. But it was pretty decent for what it was. But I like this one more because, you can see the stars at the same time that the storm was going on.
Yep. And then for your third shot was a Milky Way horizon shot, I believe is how you worded it.
Yeah.
And I think I could see bottom left, maybe car lights and brake lights or something.
It is, because when I was doing the shot again with that 50 millimeter lens, the cars were coming in, but I didn't quite get the angle right on the camera when I turned it sideways. So I had to straighten it up straighten it up. If you look on the bottom right, you can see the horizon line. It kind of bowed for some unknown reason when I was doing it. So the car's on one side and then you can see the land on the other side.
Yeah. But I like that purplish color.
Yeah, I was trying to get the right look when you do it because, again, I think when it's this small, it doesn't really bring out the shot because there was more colors inside the lower section to the right. Yeah. But of course, because it's not at full level, it's like a 2 megapixel shot, so you kind of lose the resolution of what's in there.
Yeah.
But I plan to put some of them on my website once I get finishing them. And I'll probably have someone who's an echo.
Yep.
There'll probably be some video about the Gobi when I finish that one.
Yeah. What color temperature did you use, Wayne?
I think I went to 4,200. Some sites say when you the pop, set it at 3,900.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah,
depending on
yeah.
all of that to kind of see, I think the camera took it at like 300 or so. So it looked a little bit off, but then when you bring it down, you get it better. Because I just said for auto.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. In chat.
Thanks, Wayne. Thanks for sending those pictures in. I appreciate it.
No problem.
I mean, I've never gone to a desert in my life, so maybe someday.
I tell you, you guys, if you are, into this kind of stuff, Mongolia, the Gobi Desert is definitely worth a trip out there. It's a lot of things to see, lot less light pollution. I have one with also like an ibex, some animals I captured out there, but I'm going to leave those to the video that I'm doing for that one. So stay tuned for that video.
My wife someday will kick me out of the house and I'll end up in the desert. That's what'll happen. So we're gonna move on here to the next shot is from Cal Jackson, sent in a picture. And give me a second, bring that up, and we'll come up here in a second or two. So this is a photo taken at powerboat races held on July 23rd of this year in Cambridge, Maryland, at the Choptank River. The boat type is the Jersey Skiff class, and this was at 1/2000th of a second at f8, ISO 1800, Nikon Z8 with the 1:400 millimeter zoom, using the 1.4 teleconverter. So he was actually shooting at 560 millimeters. That's a cool shot. I like the foreground being blurry, the water being blurry, and then you see the prop just above the water line. I think that's really neat. I like seeing the prop.
Yeah, stop motion there. That just looks awesome.
Yeah.
Like it bounced out of the water for a bit there so you can capture that underneath. That's a good shot.
Yeah. And then you get that. And then you get that look with that looks like the swirls of light, underneath the bottom of the boat before you hit the blue area. I like that.
Yeah, the reflection from the water. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't know that I'd want to be going that fast in a boat, but
everybody have their own thing, my friend.
That's right. I mean, I wouldn't mind taking the picture of it like he did. I just wouldn't want to be the guy in the boat.
I'm not that brave.
Let me just see how many people we got left here with us here. We still got 27 people in the chat, which is fantastic. Appreciate you guys still hanging out with us here. It's 11:33 p.m. Eastern time. So
we're going to see all the pictures.
Great that you're hanging in with us here. This next image is he didn't say his son's name, but it's from Jonathan De La Rosa's son took this picture. It's a vacation photo. Okay, wait a minute here. Something got screwed up. Dun, 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 dun. I got a few of them out of order here, so I'm going to have to give me a second here to recoup for a second. Let me make sure I get to his images. All right, so this is the one his son took. And be up in a second or two. So this is Jonathan De La Rosa's son took this picture on vacation. There's no camera. Well, actually, I could see the information on my screen. It was, I don't know what camera it was, but it was 1/400th of a second at f10 ISO 100.
Like the plane.
Yeah, I like the plane too. I don't know if that's trying to figure out if obviously you see a gray color like that, you think it's a military plane, but I don't know if it is because I'm trying to look at that logo. Let me maybe zoom in a little bit.
It is.
Yeah,
That looks
U.S.
like a
Air,
San
yeah,
Diego.
Air Force plane. I wonder where. I don't know where Jonathan lives. I don't know if this is where he. Well, he says it's a vacation shot, so I'm going to assume this is not where he lives. But I'm trying to figure out. Excuse me.
Oops.
Trying to figure out where it might be.
It looks like San Diego almost, because
I'll
that
get back
airport
to
is
that
like up by the
picture, right?
water.
Yeah,
That's a hell of a boat in the foreground.
Yeah.
yeah. And
It
then
almost reminds me of
the
that one I
you
took
got
from
all
the
those.
aircraft carrier.
Looks like clay roofs on some of the houses in the background here in the hills.
Yeah, that's why I say I think it's San Diego, because it looks like the vantage point is out on the aircraft carrier. And I took something similar like that from the aircraft carrier of a plane landing at the airport.
And then looks like there's a small cruise ship maybe.
And the ferry.
Yeah.
Probably Mediterranean.
Hmm.
You go to Greece and that, there's lots of aircraft carriers hanging around.
Yeah. He's saying, okay, Jonathan is commenting that it is San Diego.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan.
It certainly looked like a shot from the aircraft carrier that's parked out there.
Now the next shot he took, Jonathan, I'll let you. I'm sorry that the link isn't working here. Give me a second.
Did a good job for 8 years old.
Oh yes, yeah, very good.
Lovely and
very
straight. A lot of young people do crooked pictures and did a good job. Everyone died.
I'm trying to find. Trying to find where he emailed me so that I could send him the link if he wants to come on and talk about the picture. So I'm trying to go through my list of names here and find him because he says the link is not working. And so if I can. I don't know why. Man, mail is a pain in the neck sometimes. You go, where? Bear with me, folks. I want to. Okay. So I'm going to copy, Jonathan. I'm going to copy your email address here, and I'm going to send you a link. And so check your email. And then if you want to come on, you can come on. I'll give you a second to, excuse me. I got to go back and forth here and get the link. Go back to the email. And okay, I just sent you, Jonathan, I just sent you the email. Hopefully you'll get it in 30 seconds or less. And then if you want to join, you can come in. And here he is.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, sir.
Okay.
I'm going to go to your picture here.
Yeah, it's my son's photo. He's very proud of it. And I wanted to share his photo in particular because he got a printout of his own photo and you get to share it around school and, family family members coming over, and he has it over his wall, over his headboard, and that's pretty cool.
That's great. I mean, I love, like I said earlier, I mean, Joe Stroud, it's great. He has his son involved with photography. You have your son involved in it. And I think that's a great thing. It's so rare that I see a young person with a camera in their hands nowadays that I love it when I see it.
Phones don't count.
Shot that scene, and he got the better photo over me. His photo was far superior, and I had the Z7 and a good lens, and he had the kit lens, the 3500, little crop sensor body, and it didn't matter. Looks great.
No, it doesn't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It does look great. I mean, I'm sure he smiles every time he looks up at above his bed and he sees that picture.
It's my little guy, the photographer.
Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
You did a great job.
It's a great photo.
Thank you.
Am I correct in saying that was from the aircraft carrier? Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's a military plane. It's a cargo plane.
Okay. Cool. But did you take it from the aircraft carrier that's parked out in the harbor?
Where were you? We were on the cruise.
Okay.
So the cruise docks right next to the airport, so you can see obviously the harbor, and you can see planes coming in and out in San Diego. Looks pretty cool.
Yep. Great job.
You keep on taking pictures, my friend. You got a great start here. I don't know how long you've been taking pictures, but this is beautiful.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Thank your dad for sharing it with us, and you letting him share it with us. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Keep shooting, my friend. Keep shooting.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And we'll put up the dad's image here.
Yeah.
And
So my
Dad,
photo
your photo.
that was the start of the cruise. The same. We were leaving Los Angeles Harbor. Believe that lighthouse is called, I want to say Angel's Gate. I think that was the name. And the road you see leading up to the lighthouse, it's about almost 2 miles long, just to give you some perspective. So it's pretty long.
Very wide
so
lens.
I was using the 14-30 f4, and I was all the way at 14 millimeters because I wanted to get as much as possible. And I thought it looked really interesting, just having the kind of that leading line to the lighthouse. Obviously, it's literally like a small road. And I didn't know this. I looked into it. It actually is used to block off a lot of the waves from hitting the shore too hard. There are a lot of houses there if you were to go towards the shore. So the lighthouse is manned by the Coast Guard, and they look after it, but just kind of there. And I thought we were moving. I don't know how fast. I'm guessing about 15 nautical miles, not too fast. And I took a couple of shots, but I think that one was pretty good.
Well, I like how as you follow the leading line there from the lighthouse out, and then when the road takes the right hand turn, how it almost vanishes there, with the light hitting the water. You can still see it going across, and it just seems like it's so far away,
Yep. It feels very far. In real life, it's not as far as that. I think that's just kind of the lens,
Yeah. But I like the effect though that it did,
Yep. And I didn't process it much, mostly because I don't know how. Just kind of through. I pressed the auto function in Lightroom, and that's about it. Like whatever comes out of there is usually where I leave the photo. So.
Well, I have a bad habit, and maybe I'm the only one, and I've tried for years to break myself of the habit, but sometimes I take a picture that you might say is a moody image, it's got some dark shadows and whatnot, and it's taken me a long time to resist bringing up shadows too much to try to make it look like the perfect exposure when really it looks better when it's darker.
Yeah,
but it's just this habit in your head. You go, oh, that's too dark, and you try to lighten it up, and it's like it's taken me decades to stop myself from lightening things up a little bit too much, you know.
Most of the shooting I do is family oriented, you know, and I really just try to keep the day as is, whatever the lighting looked like that day or whatever the scene is, not deviate too much from what was reality as much as possible. And that's pretty accurate. That's what I remember seeing that day, and it looks good.
No,
Good job,
great job,
Jonathan.
great job. I'm glad, very happy that you were able to send those images in and that you included your son's picture. I think that's fantastic.
And this is actually my first time sending in images. I just wanted to keep the idea of AP Studios alive, just like regular people taking some shots, you know, and that was really my motivation. I've never sent anything in when Chuck has live streams. So for that reason, I really kind of felt motivated. We always think, well, let's just wait till next time or next time or next time. And you can do that forever. You're going to be waiting forever. So,
or something could happen.
Just wanted someone out there.
Well, I hope you continue to send them in when we have it again next month.
Will do. Yeah, it's something I intend to do from here on out. I don't share much. I take a lot of photos, and I don't share hardly any. That's not really the purpose of it. For me, it's kind of more personal, you know, kids and family.
Yeah.
But every now and then, it's fun. It's okay.
Yeah. We appreciate it, sir.
No, yes, thank you very much and thanks for joining us and explaining the photos to us and everything. And both pictures were great. I mean, I like yours. I know you're saying, well, mine isn't as good, but you got a wonderful shot. Give yourself some credit.
All right, folks. Well, I'll let you guys go. Have a good evening and take care.
Thank you, Jonathan.
You too, and hope to see you every week, and hope to see your photos next month.
Sounds good. Take care.
Okay, take care. All right, and let's see where we're at here. Give me a second, everybody. Oh, gee, now you got to see a couple of mine. Hate to do this to you. I put mine somewhat near the end. After I got two pictures that I'm throwing up here, and then after that, I basically have a group of additional pictures that Joe Stroud sent in, and then I'll have 10 images that Ray Powell from Berwick upon Tweed sent in, and that'll be all the pictures that we have. So we've made pretty good time, but I think we've given everybody a fair shake in terms of, conversation about the photos and whatnot. And appreciate everybody still sticking around, because we still, we still have 30 people here, which is fantastic. I mean, absolutely great. So now you got to suffer and look at a few that I took. And this will take a second to load as typical.
I like trains.
So you already see it, Roy? Okay. Yeah, I have more of a delay for it showing up on my laptop when I click on it on my main computer. So this was at the I did a video on my channel that you can find, the South Carolina Railroad Museum. So I took this picture there, and I did have to do a little bit of Photoshop, and on the front right hand corner, they actually had a rope tied around the train, and all it was it was a rope that would have cut across the frame a little bit, to just like rope off an area so you don't walk towards the train, try to keep you away from walking on the right hand side of it. And I had to get rid of the rope. And then I made a metal print, my first metal print, black and white, of this train. And then I showed it to my neighbor, and I knew it wasn't perfect. And, kick yourself in the head. Sometimes you get lazy and you go, well, I'm not one that likes to do much removal of stuff in Photoshop. I'm kind of like old school. And, the rope I had to get rid of. But there was also, like, on the power lines going across the left-hand side, there was a couple areas where there were some loops that came down on the upper left-hand corner that didn't look too good. And my neighbor said, well, you should have gotten rid of those loops, and you should have made the image a little straighter. It's slightly crooked. The water tower wasn't perfectly straight or whatever. So my print that I made isn't perfectly straight, but I was afraid I was going to chop off the front of the train, so I didn't mess with it. And it turns out I was able to straighten it out enough and not cut off the front.
Pity about the power lines. Power lines are not nice either.
Yeah, but this they're restoring this train a little at a time, and they don't get a lot of money to do the work, but it's great that they do this. They actually have a running train on the track, and I think it's just 2 days a week where general public can go on and get a train ride, and then other days during the week they'll do like groups that pay. It might be like a church group or a scout troop or something, where they pay a group rate, they pay a flat fee, and they're the only ones on the train. It's not for the general public. It's just for like a group type event that gets scheduled ahead of time. But I think it's great when you can find a railroad museum that has some active trains on it that you could go on and see them running. And unfortunately, this was like a 2.5 hour drive from where I live to get there. So there isn't anything that too close.
They kind of give me a look at like the Mad Max train in the front section right there. I don't know what they call that, where the bars are.
Yeah, with the bars.
Yeah.
Love it.
Did they call that? Right, they call that the cow catcher.
Yes.
Yeah, they call it the cow catcher. So if you had an animal on the tracks, that kind of would make the animal kind of go airborne.
I would imagine.
Wouldn't want to be the cow that gets caught by that.
Nope.
No, I wouldn't either. So that's my first one, and here's the second photo, which I did have on one of my videos that I did. This was a shot of a pair of black-crowned night herons, and the one on the left obviously is being very vocal, and the tongue is sticking out. The mouth is open pretty good, and they were out of the view of the picture. There was an adult that would have been like below the left-hand corner, and they saw the adult, and I don't know if it was the parent or it was an adult, that was not related, and they didn't like it, but they got really, really antsy and really irritated and started making a lot of noise. And then eventually they calmed down. But what was interesting with these two birds was that I had some photos where their beaks were open and they're facing each other, and the beaks are touching each other, tip to tip. And then one of them would clamp down on the lower part of the beak on one bird, And then a minute later, the other bird was clamping down on the lower part of the beak on the other bird. And it was really funny to watch. I mean, they were just having a good time. But in this image, they were a little bit agitated with an adult that was, like I said, out of the field of view of this picture.
I like it. It's a nice shot. The tongue like sticking out there, like, get off, get away.
Yeah, get away. That's yeah. I could put a one-liner in there, but I'm not going to do it because I'd get in a lot of trouble with my wife.
I'm going to leave that out there.
So the next handful of pictures that we'll go through, there's no picture information or camera settings or anything. Joe sent in some extra images. He wanted to make sure that we had a lot of pictures to show for Chuck to see tonight, and so he kicked out a bunch more. So we'll start with one of the extra shots that he sent.
Ooh,
give us a second here
nice.
to wait. That's not it. There it is. And like I said, I don't have photo information, so I don't know where they were taken. But that's cool. I mean, it's hard to guess how high that fence is that it's jumping over. Joe's saying North Dakota. I got to keep turning my head, Joe. I'm sorry. I got to turn my head more than I like to see my laptop to see the chat. Canon 20D with a 300 millimeter f4 in North Dakota. I'm glad you're still in the chat, Joe, so you could kind of comment on these as we go through them. Yeah, I never see a group like that. I might see two or three occasionally, and they're usually in the thicket of the woods where you're trying to shoot them in between the tree branches. We'll move on to the next one that he was kind enough to send us.
I like that.
That's very happy, does it?
Imposing looking photo.
Yeah, I got a couple like that when I was out in the national park in Mongolia. Pretty nice.
Yeah, we will zoom in on it here for a second. Just the head.
It's like, I see you.
You can see how sharp that is. Beautiful. The eye, as I say, the eyes have it, right?
Yep. I love how the feathers right there. It's just really sharp.
Yep. Well, we could say he has like that comb over effect. He has that nice hair like Chuck does,
Just have to watch this reshoot to see this.
He's saying this was with the Canon EOS camera. And then we'll move on to his next one here. I like this. I like the soft focus, out of focus areas, and kind of shooting through the leaves here a little bit. Some people get hung up with an image like this because they go, oh, well, you didn't get a clear shot of the bird or whatever. And I love shooting birds where I intentionally, when they get near the shore, I intentionally shoot through the reeds, or I intentionally shoot through the tall grasses, and I have the green, and part of the bird has green on it. And I don't know. I think it makes you get more of a feeling of what element the bird is in. I don't know. I mean, I don't mind images like that at all. I mean, some people get hung up on it, but I'm not one of them. I like an image like this.
No, I think this kind of stuff is great because lots of time the bird's there just hidden and you can't see it. And this kind of shows you how well the bird's feather can camouflage with its surroundings. And you got to be, eagle-eyed enough to basically pick it out off this foliage to get like a nice sharp shot like this.
Now Joe's saying this is a Canon 5D Mark II with a 600 f4 IS
Wow.
lens.
Nice.
So Joe, you use all these cameras that you're bringing up on these images. Do you still own these cameras, or are these images from a little while back when you had these cameras, or do you still have them? Just curious. And Gustavo's asking if those were white-tailed deers in North Dakota, ? Okay, he said cameras are he no longer had, when he had them. I guess he doesn't have those cameras anymore.
I would have kept that 600 lens though.
So he said the deer were between Minot and that's interesting. You say Minot and Stanley, North Dakota. My old neighbor who we go out to dinner with, once a week. His daughter-in-law lives in Minot, North Dakota, and her husband is the chief of police for Minot, North Dakota. And there aren't a lot of people that live in Minot, North Dakota, and their temperatures are like minus 40. I mean, really, really awfully cold temperatures in the wintertime, and a lot of snow, and I guess I understand why a lot of people don't live there. But there's, I think, a military base there, so there's a lot of military people that live in Minot because of I think it might be an Air Force base, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll jump to another image here. Now, Joe, is this I don't know, is this a bobcat? I'm not sure. Is that a bobcat?
I would say probably so, from like the tips of the little thing, the tips of the ears.
Yeah. Yep, he said it's a bobcat. And then he's commenting that he was 20 when he shot the deer image. Well, your son's going to be right there with you, man, when he's 20, still taking these great shots that he's starting to take already. So that's great. And this image was with the 5D Mark II and the 600 as well.
Nice lens.
Joe, thank you so much for sending in these extra images. I really wanted to blow the socks off of Chuck. I wanted him to have so many pictures to look at that we would overwhelm him, and I think we've done that, because I don't think we've never, from at least from the time that I've been on this show. I mean, typically you're lucky if you get 30 pictures, and we more than doubled that tonight, and that's phenomenal. I can't thank everybody enough for really coming through for the show and for Chuck. And but I like this shot. I really do. I like the out of focus area in the foreground.
It's like you said, sometimes you just got to get the shot.
Yeah.
Get whatever you can get.
Yep.
And this is one of these creatures that you don't see very often. Oh, this looks nice.
Now this looks like, I'm mad at myself. I can't think of the. This looks like something that would be a Norman Rockwell painting. You know, it really has that Norman Rockwell look, especially the dog. I mean, the detail in the dog and the subtle lighting on the dog. I mean, absolutely crazy good. Crazy good.
D850 24 1.8. Nice.
I mean, I'm assuming this is in your house, right, Joe? Yeah, this is I love this image. I mean, I love the look of the dog, and I
Yeah,
just
the
like
editing is really nice.
I like it zoomed in as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, the chain collar around the dog's neck. Everything.
The colors of the guitar, it just matches well with everything inside that room.
Yeah. Yeah.
In the photo, you see.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said. I mean, as soon as I saw this picture when he sent it to me, I just in my head, Norman Rockwell. Boom. You know.
You don't need much color, do you?
No.
Just enough to give it character.
Yeah. That's nice.
And I'm one that loves. I mean, if you guys have seen, you know, a lot of my bird photos, I love reflections from trees in the water like this to add that extra color and what normally would just be darkness.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, I know some people that oh, you know, I don't like seeing all those lines in the water. It's like, to me, hey, it's like an abstract, you know, when you have the color from the trees in the water. I mean, it adds a lot to the image. It looks great. I love it.
It looks awesome. Great stuff, Joe. Great stuff.
Oops. Once again, I moved my mouse when I shouldn't have moved my mouse. So you guys could pick on me and say, I didn't like the stream, Jeff. You moved the mouse sometimes when you shouldn't have. And we got.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah. I'm a big Spider-Man fan, by the way, so I can relate to that image. I'm a comic book nerd from my youth.
You guys look like they're having a conversation there.
My kids would always get mad at me because I knew all the villains and the superheroes, and they were the youngsters, and I was old, and I knew everything about all the characters, and they didn't know anything. And they go, "Well, how do you know so much about all the characters?" I'm like, "Well, I owned like 3,000 comic books, so I think I had more than enough opportunity to learn about the characters."
With the Rolly, that's cool.
That's an old camera.
Yeah.
Well built, though,
nice.
weren't they? Hard to use, but well built.
So,
Yeah.
Joe, you basically seem like you're a Tri-X shooter predominantly when you shoot black and white. Is that your favorite film?
Hi, David.
Hey, take care, David.
He said, yeah. And Fuji.
A-Cross. I think I might have. Actually, I have a. I did. I just bought. Well, I bought a roll of 35 millimeter Fujifilm A-Cross. It's Neopan Professional. I bought it 35 millimeter, and I just shot a roll of 120 film with my Rolleiflex that I haven't developed yet. So it'll be interesting to see. They say that's a very fine grain black and white film, so I want to see how that looks. I've never used it before. I've used the Tri-X 400 TX, and I used the HP5, but I
She
never
used
used.
HP4 in the day when I had to use it. Bulk loaders.
And this picture blows me away with this next one coming up that Joe took. It's really, really crazy good photo. This is like,
I like that.
You coming in or what, man?
yeah. It's like I need my back scrubbed with the brush, or that's so cool. See,
Good
my
one.
dog Joe would never let me do that. She would think that I'm like torturing her or something, or embarrassing her. She would never let me put anything on her. I think I tried to put the light up deer antlers on her head one time for Christmas time, and they stayed on for about a half a second before they were thrown in the air. This is just so cute. Just such a cute shot.
Really chill.
Yeah, that dog knows how to have an expression.
Yep.
Really does.
Is it actual deer or just antlers? Deer.
Actual
Okay.
deer.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit for the photo to show up. It kind of gets
Show up,
pixelated.
yeah.
It takes a little while to come in.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I can see it's definitely deer.
It's like a where's Waldo picture, Where's the deer? Find the deer.
Yeah. As like I said earlier, sometimes wildlife, they're out there, but we just can't see them. They're hiding in plain sight. It's like when I was out in Mongolia, we went hiking, and there are these ibex on the side of the dang cliff. And you didn't think these things could make it up there, but they're there. It's like, there's an ibex. I'm like, what are you pointing at? And then you see it. The color is almost the same as the rocks. And until it moves, you didn't realize that it was there.
So he's saying here that this is a Hasselblad with 150 millimeter 3-shot stitched together to make the pano. Fuji Cross 100.
He shows a lot of stuff there. You
I
should
like the look of that film, Joe.
Yeah.
I like the look of that. I got to send mine out. The problem is I'm waiting to. I got too many cameras on the shelf with like half a roll of film still in them that I got to shoot, and I want to just send all the film in at the same time.
I hope you don't lose it all at once.
I got to get off my keister, and I gotta finish taking some shots that I have film in the cameras here and use it up.
Well, guys, I gotta run. Hang out
Okay,
with the
Wayne.
wife.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for sharing your images and talking about them.
Oh, no problem. Anytime. As soon as I get settled in, next week I'm heading over to Hong Kong, and then I'm going to go to Malaysia. So I may not be in Sunday morning. We'll see how things work out when I get to Hong Kong. But yeah, I'll be traveling again, but I'll pop in when I can and keep going.
So how long are you going to stay in Hong Kong for?
Probably about 5 days. Not long. It's pricey over there, so
yeah,
it doesn't make sense to stay there for like a month or so. Even though you have 90 days, if I could find an Airbnb that is inexpensive, I'd stay there for 90 days.
Yeah.
Food isn't expensive, but real estate is expensive. It's like same thing like Singapore. You can get inexpensive food, but hotels and rentals are pricey.
Well,
Was
you're definitely you're kind of doing a going around in a circle a little bit, right? Because you're going you're one day you're in one time you're in Mongolia, then you're in Hong Kong, then you're in Malaysia, then you go back again.
yeah, that
Now what place, like right now, if somebody put you on the spot and said pick a place to live, where would you pick?
actually it is Malaysia that we're looking at. So as you mentioned, that's the reason we're going to go back there. John's been updating me on the new visa programs that are coming out. We both prefer the temperature there. It's not as hot as Thailand. And when it rains, it doesn't get flooded like in Thailand. So that seems to be like the better part. And there's so many parts of the country that we haven't explored yet. Kuala Lumpur is where John lives, and that's the area that we're looking at as well. There's Penang, which is like a island state. And there's some other islands that are out there as well. But depending on how you do it, you can get a visa for one of the small islands. Because a couple places are doing it right now. They want like $250,000 for Kuala Lumpur, which is the mainland. And it's like, yeah, nobody got $250,000 to put in the bank for you guys to hold on to for 5 years, which you can't touch. So the other place is like 60 and then 40K. So we're looking into figuring out which one will work better for us. And the rules are kind of like you have to, at least one place say that you have to be there for 30 days out of the year. Another place says you have to like either have a property or live there somewhere. So we're still looking into the whole thing. But for right now, Malaysia is a spot. My understanding is you can do 90 days, leave the country, come back and do another 90 days. So that'll probably be our home for the foreseeable future if it works out.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you. I hope you get all the information you need to make the right choice for you.
Yes, yes. So, guys, everybody in the chat, everybody in this, well, it's only Roy and Jeff right now. It was great being here and hanging out with you guys again. And hopefully next weekend I'll be able to join you. And Chuck, when you watch the stream, we're glad to have you here tonight. We're looking forward to seeing you back in the future. I'm out.
Take care, Wayne. Thanks a lot.
Take care, guys.
And I think we have one more from Joe here. Joe, thanks for hanging in with us here and waiting to show the rest of the images that you sent in.
That's interesting.
Yeah. A little game of peekaboo.
Be nice on a wall somewhere.
Yeah, that's where the antlers look like. It looks like felt, doesn't it?
Mm.
The way
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool that Joe, that you I mean you're not hung up on one subject matter, it's you're not afraid to, take anything. So that's neat. He was in velvet, Joe says. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the antlers. I go, wow, they look so nice and smooth and soft. I didn't know I just said they looked like velvet. I didn't know that they really, called it that or had that term, Well, those are all the images from Joe. So once again, Joe, thank you very much for sending all these images in. Thank your son once again for that phenomenal peacock, black and white peacock image that he submitted. Tell him to keep up the good work.
Well, let's see that in color.
Yeah. Maybe sneak in the color version of that peacock next month, along with whatever else you send in. The last 10 images, I believe it's 10 images that we got coming up, are from Ray Powell, aka Berwick upon Tweed, and he said he was not going to be, up early enough to watch this live, so therefore I put his all at the end. So we will go through his images. And I don't have any, he did not provide any photo data or location data.
Well, it's fairly wide. It's probably 24 millimeter.
Yeah, so I can't really comment on the neighborhood, type of thing or whatever. So we just sit back and enjoy the images.
Mm.
I like the little sign on the left here that says "Foot passengers keep to the right."
Horrible little road.
Yeah,
I don't like that about England. All the tiny little roads.
yeah, and it's like I guess that's all just like moss or something growing on the stone.
It is.
Almost looks like a carpet,
I like the clock in the background too.
Yeah, yeah. Looks like there's a little bird above to the right of the clock in the sky there. I might have gotten rid of that. I don't know.
Not noticeable enough, I don't think. I'd like to see the
Yeah.
clock in the dead center.
Oh, here I go jumping ahead again.
That's okay. I think the clock should be in the dead center. It's just slightly off and it's a little bit annoying. But it's a lovely picture.
Yeah. We'll move on to now he has two here. Now the only thing, and I'm guilty of this myself, I would have done two things with this image. I would have brought up the shadows a little bit, and I would have tried to get lower.
Yeah.
Now sometimes you can't because you might be on the top of a low bridge or overpass over a body of water, and you can't get low. So it's
you don't know what's in the background either. Might be something ugly in the background.
Yeah. And this one here is like, I got many a shot like this too, is sometimes you can't swing around where you're where you're getting the whole side profile of the bird, you're getting it walking away from you, but
still looks okay.
Yeah. Good sized fish.
Looks happy.
Yeah.
There's that clock again.
Yeah, and in dead center now.
Yep.
It looks, look, I like that.
I like old buildings. We don't see too many here.
Yeah, I mean that's what's great about Europe is, Europe has the history. United States is so young that you don't have anything old and distinguished like that for the most part.
Here. Lucky to see a building 200 or 300 years old.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't look too much older.
And I look at this and I'm like, so this is where I would get myself in trouble again, where I might try to bring up the blacks a little bit or the midtones or whatever. And in this case, I would leave it the way he has it, because this is kind of like, it's usually so cloudy there that this is exactly probably how the scene looks when he took it. Not a lot of light. You can see the gray in the clouds. So
probably dark in the sky a bit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't edit much anymore. Too lazy. That's interesting.
Yeah, I like this with the. It's almost like a stepping stone here. Yeah, it's like a repetitive image, like going down.
I want to see more of the bridge though.
Yeah.
Love old bridges too.
I like the color of the stones, like different tones of brown, a little bit of red in there. Yeah, you just don't see that kind of stuff in the United States. That's for sure. And of course, I'm a sucker for the next picture. I am a sucker for the old telephone booths.
Yeah.
Hey Ray, you think you could like steal one of those and like ship it to my house so I could put it in my garage? I'd love to have an old British telephone booth in my garage.
We used to have the same thing here, but they got rid of them when people used to start vandalising them. You don't see them much here either. Used to see them everywhere.
Yeah, I
Same
wonder if
telephone.
well, like here you could tell here you could see the phone is in there, so it's not like an abandoned one that doesn't have a phone in it. I don't know what I'll zoom in. I don't know what these little rectangular pieces of tape or whatever stuck on the glass is from.
Interesting piece of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you could tell they're all they've all seen better days. They're all kind of like tilted. They're not level anymore. They're getting pretty rusty.
We don't use them much anymore now. So we've got cell phones. Sad. Oh, there's that clock again. Briefly.
Yeah. It's a neat sign. That's seen a little better. Well, the lettering is still in pretty good shape. They probably redid the lettering.
Even the wood behind it started to fade. There's that clock again. Yeah.
Berwick
I
stocks.
can't read.
Let's see. Let me zoom in on that sign.
Wonder if it's sharp enough to read it.
Original stocks at some time sited on the south side of the town hall were removed into the town hall for safety in 1952 and a replica re-sited at the Scots Gate. In 1988, these were repaired and resited here. Stocks were in common use from the 14th century as a punishment for petty misdemeanors. In Berwick, the first record of the stocks in use was 1604, and they may have been used as late as 1857. The last official record is for 1849, when a woman was imprisoned in the item for 4 hours for the non-payment of a court fine for drunkenness. Berwick stocks could accommodate 3 persons seated on a bench with their feet through the holes, imprisoned by clasps, bars, and padlock.
Should bring them back.
Yeah, that's kind of like a public shaming booth.
It is.
You know, we're gonna stick your feet through here. We're gonna cuff your feet together, and you get to sit here, and everybody gets to look at you and say, "What did you do?" That's interesting. I never heard of such a thing.
I've heard of it, but I've never actually seen one.
Yeah, that's different.
The worst ones are the ones that put your head through.
Yeah. Here's the last image that we've got.
That's interesting. It's the only thing I don't like is that car in the foreground, that one right close.
Yeah, right-hand corner, bottom right corner.
Takes the edge off the picture a little.
I like the columns on that.
Yeah.
Those columns are really cool.
The whole building's interesting. It's nice and straight. And
yeah, I'm going to zoom in on those columns a little bit. Wow, those are just like stacked slabs of some kind, one on top of the other.
Most columns are built like that.
Wow. That is neat. So I guess that at the peak there, that's what do they call that? The coat of arms.
Yeah.
I'm not a big student of history. Let's put it that way.
Got radio, cell phone aerials or something dangling off the sides.
Yeah. Maybe those are they flagpoles? Maybe.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, they look like flagpoles because I see the rope
think you're
coming
right.
down. Yeah. No flags on them, but get up here.
We know what time it is.
Yeah.
I'd love to go up there and take a picture from up there.
I like those windows, those little windows.
I like all
Yeah,
those
this is like a picture that you could get. You know, you could crop it and get different.
Yeah.
You know, just crop that top part where the clock and the spire goes up. You know, and make that a vertical and just enlarge that section. You know, would be kind of a neat thing too.
Like I said, the only thing I don't like is that car.
Yeah.
Spoils a good picture.
So, Mr. Powell, Mr. Ray Powell, we appreciate you sending in all these images to share with Chuck. I'm sure he's going to appreciate it when he watches the rest of this video tomorrow. And that is officially all the images for tonight. And once again, I give everyone my heartfelt thanks.
What on earth's that?
I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is.
Jeffrey Metaverse.
I don't know what that is.
And a soft focus Jeffrey.
Yeah, it's we got to get rid of that. I got to figure what that is. Oh.
The Gremlins left it for you.
You know what it is? That's what showed up when I collapsed the window that I was sharing. It left that behind, so I had to say stop sharing the window, and it went away. So now we're both supersized here, and we're the last two remaining, and
best for last.
Yeah, trying to see. You know what? I'm going to just shrink us down for a second just so I can see how many. Okay, we got 21 people that are still on here. That isn't bad.
What do we do with them?
We're 12. Yeah, what do we do with you 20 on? We're down to 21 now. Everybody's going to leave. The pictures are over.
Yeah, I would have sent more pictures in if I'd known.
Well, you know, I mean, you can sit here and be like everybody else on YouTube and sit here and try to play the guessing game with the ZF and get silly about it.
That's all you can get, I think. It's gonna, probably just going to be another 45 megapixel version of the ZFC.
Do you think it's going to be a stacked sensor, which is a new rumor now?
I don't think it really matters. I think it'll be whatever it is. It doesn't matter because it's the market's more retro, isn't it? They're not.
Well, I'm just wondering. It would be kind of crazy. You would think it'd be crazy and unaffordable for them to do a stacked sensor if the camera were to sell for under $2,000.
Makes it much more expensive.
Yeah, that's like if they could do that and sell it for $2,000, that's like insane.
Yeah, I like the ZFC, but I'm not really a crop person.
Yeah, I mean, I did have crop cameras years and years ago.
Couldn't afford anything else, could we?
No, I couldn't, you know, so I'm not sure. I don't know. To me, when you can when you could go DX mode and you're almost 20 megapixels, as long as you get at least a 45.7 or higher megapixel camera, you're not suffering that much when you go in DX mode. 4 megapixels isn't enough to me to say, oh, I have to have an APS-C camera.
I think the price difference between crops and full frame is so close now. Why would you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the only cost savings is that you could get away with cheaper glass because you're going to get that crop
lenses. They are cheaper and they're not, with a few exceptions, they're not very good.
Yeah.
So you'd normally put full frame glass on a crop sensor anyway.
But
well, I would anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any. I think I gave my friend my last DX lens years ago. I don't have any. Every lens I have is full frame right now.
And the other thing is, if you're going to upgrade in the future to full frame, you don't want DX glass.
No, yeah. If you ever think you're going to take the leap and jump to full frame, and you're right, it doesn't make sense to invest the money in DX and then turn around and replace it all. I mean, I always thought. I mean, at the time, I mean, and like you said, it was an economy of scale. What I had for funds, and so I know. Now that I have so many full frame cameras, it's easy for me to say, oh, just get a full frame camera. But there was a time where there's no way I could afford it, and so there's still a market for people more from a cost point of view. But what they always say. I mean, it's the glass is, you want to put your money in the glass. I mean, if you buy the lower end Nikon full frame camera, if that's all you can afford, but get the good glass, because the bodies change all the time. I mean, you're going to have a
glasses forever
3 or 4 year cycle on the body. And you buy the lens, theoretically, you buy the lens once, you're good.
I got 50-year-old lenses I still use quite often because they're just so pleasant to use. I wouldn't use them for work, but I'd use them for fun.
Yeah.
It's just more fun to use.
I kind of get a kick out of that. I think I talked about it last week, that one company that's making those retro look lenses was kind of neat. Ones that look like, AI, AI lenses and the ones from the 80s or 70s or 80s. That's kind of a, from a marketing point of view, I mean, that's kind of neat to have like a niche like that. I mean, I don't know how well they're going to sell them, but it's definitely thinking out of the box.
It's nice to have the real AIS lenses there. They're really pleasant to use.
Yeah.
And the Zeiss are very nice. The ZF2s are nice. Since I went Z, I don't use the AFDs anymore because there's no point. I just go straight back to the AIS or the Zeiss.
Randall says he loves the new 26mm FX lens.
I tried that. I've tried 2 copies and both of them were a bit soft. So I'm probably just getting bad copies. Too many people have said it's such a good lens. It's probably more expensive than I would have thought for the lens, but I've heard good things about that lens.
I like
as good as if it was a 40.
Jonathan's comment here is what I was trying to think of here. He says, I was taught date the camera, marry the lens. Yeah. I'm gonna get my laptop shut down now because I don't need that anymore. That worked out pretty good though. I mean, it was a little I'm probably going to have a kink in my neck from turning my head like this so many times.
You did a good job.
Yeah, it went pretty good, other than a few skips with the mouse, but I think it went pretty good. I hope everybody liked it.
Do you know we're still online, don't you?
Yeah, we're still on live. Yeah.
Oops.
No. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad.
Okay.
No, I mean, I'm just saying I hope people enjoyed it. I mean, I didn't expect to get 63 images. That was crazy good. And let's see here. Okay, let's see. Randall's saying his is sharp. He says, I saw John Ishii video and asked him what lens he used. Okay.
I've heard some very good things about the 26.
Yeah.
But 2 copies I've played with both been a little soft. It's probably just the copies I saw.
Well, many years ago, it always seemed like when you read a review in popular photography or modern photography or whatever, they would always say, yeah, I had to get 3 copies to get the good one.
Well, before the 80s, each lens was handmade. So then computers started to produce mass production and they could become more consistent. So back in the 70s and that, you'd have to go through several lenses to find a good one. Even the Russian lenses you still do.
But even the
Helios,
I mean, even with today's lenses, I mean, they only do sample inspections. They don't. I mean, they'll do inspections during the course of manufacture, but in terms of, doing probably the full complement of testing is probably on a sample basis, I would think.
Depends on the lens. You buy a 600 and that, I'm sure it's fully tested.
Yeah.
If
you're paying 5 figures for the lens,
it's going to be tested.
Yeah, they're going to make sure it's good.
Whereas a 70 to 180 in that.
Thank you, Luke, for your kind comment to everyone on the panel. Appreciate that. We all appreciate it. It was interesting for me to prepare for this photo review.
Better you than me again.
I'm like, am I ready for this? And then I'll be honest with you, I was scared to death that some technicality
you did well.
was going to come up, because I only tried sharing a photo. I think it had to be over a month ago when I was trying to figure out what live stream format I wanted to use, and I had Mozman on for a few minutes, and we were testing out the restream. And I said, "Oh, I'm going to show you a picture. How does it look?" But then I didn't remember. I actually had to call him up while he was on his business trip in San Diego taking pictures, and I says, "What do you see at your, because I only see what I see is different from what someone sees when they're, because I'm seeing the restream screen. I'm not seeing the YouTube screen." So I says, "Well, what did you actually see when I was sharing the picture?" Because I says, I have no way of replicating that unless I go live and I have my laptop on, and do it that way. And he says, no, it was good. It looked okay. And I was disappointed, though, to be honest with you, that I was hoping that if I had a full screen image in Lightroom, because I found a way of going in there and, you get rid of the toolbars on the right, and you get rid of the header at the top, you get rid of the film strip on the bottom. And then there's a way of going in there and having it so you have like your whole screen is like a black frame with just the picture in it.
Mm.
And
it didn't work.
It looked so cool. And I was hoping that is what you would see when I did the show. And that isn't how it worked. It just took my Lightroom image and shrunk it down and stuck it within the restream. And I was so bummed out because I thought you were going to see like a big image size of the photo. And I mean, obviously, I guess you could size it whatever you want on your computer screen and make it bigger. But I was hoping that, you know, boom, everybody was going to see like these large images, and that's not how it worked out. So I was a little bummed out about that.
Extra information would be nice too.
Yeah.
Like we do it when we look at Lightroom or Photoshop.
Yeah. Gustavo is taking off, I guess. Thanks for visiting, coming, and
pretty done
anyway. Hopefully you can join the panel next Saturday, hopefully. So do you think that the ZF is going to be mainly catered to everything except for sports and wildlife? It's really going to be
I think so, yeah.
You know, it's going to be the street photography, portrait, you know.
Same mark as ZFC, but
yeah,
45 megapixel sensor.
Yeah. I was reading about the old field cameras from the 1800s.
Yeah.
Recently, the wooden ones.
View cameras,
yeah. And then for the heck of it, I went on B&H Photo and I typed in, you know, field camera, because a lot of them refer to them as field cameras, and they still sell them. And there were some in there made in Japan.
Yeah.
Didn't include the lens, didn't include a whole bunch of stuff. There was one in there that was like $12,000. And it didn't. And then if you wanted the scope on the top, that was $3,000. I don't know what the lens would have cost. So you could probably easily spend $20,000, and it was a 4x5 format.
For very rich masochists.
Yeah, and you could buy, and it's crazy because now I don't even know how you would do this. You got the film holders. You got the film holders. You can have a 4x5 piece of film on each side, so you can get, you know, two shots. And it's like, okay, so now you got to get that developed. And let's say you're not doing that yourself, and you got to send it out. So you got to go in a dark room or in a bag or whatever, and you have to get that film out of those plates. And then how would you package those so they wouldn't get scratched? And
very carefully.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm trying to figure out the whole process. You know, okay, you take the film out, and then do you, like, I don't know, what do you put in between the film and then you gotta put it in some kind of container that you would ship to somebody to develop the film.
You can get cases for crazy. You get cases for the film that hold it. Then you put the cases in bubble wrap. But I think if you're going to spend that much money to torture yourself taking images, you might as well develop it yourself as well. I know the museums use 8x10 view cameras because it's still higher resolution than digital. That's quite
it was interesting. I watched a few of the YouTube channels with the view cameras, 4x5 view cameras, and they weren't. I wouldn't say they were complicated to use. I mean, they were
just
obviously big. You know, they were pretty big, and you're really, you know, slowing yourself down to take the image. But hey, you know, it's like, you know, you have that kind of a camera. I guess the thing that makes people want to get that kind of a camera, and you could buy some that are good, that are like $5,000, that aren't $14,000, $5,000 plus your lens. But I guess the whole thing about them is because you could you basically got a tilt shift lens, and you can raise it up, and then sometimes you could even knock the back of the bellows down as well. Yes. And so you have all this control over the
a lot of medium format do that
where
too,
the focus is on your film plane, you know, where it's whether it's angled, you know, you have a lot of control. And I guess
So a
that's
lot of
what
media
people,
format do the same thing a lot easier. I'd rather deal with 120 film than 4x5 or 8x10.
yeah, there was one guy that bought a 4x5 camera, but then he bought a 120 roll film back for it, and he said everybody's saying, well, why did you do the 120 roll back with a 4x5 camera? And he says, well, I like the adjustability of the 4x5 camera, but I like the ability to just put it, well, you know, easy just to put, get a whole roll of film in there and take a whole bunch of pictures and just put another roll in instead of having all those plates that you got to keep putting in. So I could see his point, you know.
But some medium format are just as versatile. Some are very tilty, shifty cameras.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting type of photography that I never really looked into before. I mean, I don't have the money to buy something like that anyway, but I actually want to buy a old view camera from the 1800s, early 1900s for my collection someday, because you could get one that's, if you're savvy enough, you could get one that's in pretty good shape for $500. You know, probably one that's was originally made in England. Get one that was made in England.
Yeah.
And I'd like one for the collection.
I would too, but I like to use whatever I buy. If I had a camera just sitting there for display, it'd bother me. I'd have to work it. I'd have to use it.
Yeah, I would think, and maybe I'm wrong, because I'm trying to think of the time frame here. I mean, if depending on how late in the 1800s it was, it might have been the old. It wouldn't have been the dry plate technology. It would have been the wet plate technology. Dry plates, and to get into doing that process, one, it's still a little bit dangerous, the chemicals, and very, very, very time consuming. Very time consuming. I've seen people do videos that actually do it, and some people that make a very good living doing that type of imagery on the actual glass. And like one guy, he would put the varnish on and he would light it with a match, you know. He'd like torch it. And then you got the tin plate look.
Yes.
Where you could do the tin plate. That's pretty interesting looking stuff with the tin plate. I really like reading about that stuff and how they did it, and you know, when you look at what they did in those in that era, in that time frame, what are we complaining about, Roy? We got nothing to complain about.
It's so easy now.
Yeah, I mean,
I still shoot like I'm shooting film, though. I shoot probably a dozen or 20 or 30 frames at a time. I'm not hundreds and hundreds like most people.
Yeah, those. I mean, some of those people died from explosions, processing those images and stuff, or died from the chemicals. I mean, it's like we're not exactly putting our lives on the line taking pictures now, typically, unless we're getting too close to a croc or a gator. I mean, that might be the only thing that would get us in trouble.
All the birds have gone to sleep here now. We've gone away for the time. Must be the weather. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I've been watching them come and go all afternoon.
We'll say good night to Ava. Ava, thank you so much for coming on. And it's nice. I wish we had more female photographers that would come on.
Definitely.
The show. I mean, you know, hey, spread the word. You know, we want more female photographers on the show. you
Give
know,
us a bit of
we want
class.
their perspective on gear, what they like to shoot for gear, because you know what a guy might pick for gear could be told is going to be in many cases a lot different of what a woman's going to pick for gear, and it's good to have that other viewpoint. And you know, I wish we had more young people that came on the show, and I wish we had more female photographers that came on the show. So I appreciate you sharing your image, and I hope you do so again next month. And I think, Roy, we're going to quit in 5 minutes because we're down to 16 people.
Anything
So
below 30, we're supposed to quit, aren't we?
what's that?
Anything below 30, according to Chuck.
Yeah, we're at 16. So I think we're gonna say our goodbyes here, everybody, and we're gonna call it quits just before 1:00 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, Jonathan De La Rosa is asking a question. Need some points of view. I have a Z7 II and debating getting a Z9 or a Fuji GFX 100S. Speed is not a big need for me. Just looking for the best optical experience. Thoughts?
Both good cameras. Depends on what you're shooting.
Yeah, it's obviously if you were ever going to do anything that was fast, like a sporting event or a cycling event or a race, a race or birds in flight or anything else like that, you would never use the GFX 100S for that.
No,
would not
good
work.
camera. If you're doing landscape, that'd be brilliant.
Yeah, if you're going to do mainly portraits, landscapes, seascapes, then go with the Fuji. If you want something that you could still get great landscapes and seascapes with, a 45.7 megapixel camera with the right lens on it, you're going to be able to blow that up really, really big, and it's still going to look fantastic. It's not going to have the same dynamic range that you're going to get out of that 100 megapixel Fuji sensor, but it's going to be pretty darn close. So I would make up like a pros con list, and what are the pros of the medium format? What are the pros of the Z9? And really, in the end, it's what you want for what you shoot. But do yourself a favor and make up a pros con list so that you make an intelligent choice.
Talking landscapes, Thomas Heaton used to have a GFX 100, and he's just got rid of it and got a Nikon Z7 too, just because it's easier to carry around.
Yeah, and then I don't know, the Fuji lenses.
They're brilliant.
Cost wise, Roy, what are the Fuji lenses compared?
Very expensive.
Much more so than the Z lenses.
Oh, they're more expensive than Z lenses. Yes, much.
Yeah.
They're not as bad as my Hasselblad lenses.
Yeah.
My macro is 12 grand.
Well, the Fuji lenses are not. They're regular focal plane shutter cameras, so they don't have the advantage of the Hasselblad, where you can shoot at any shutter speed with your flash with the ASCII lenses, which
with my Hasselblad,
they cost like at least 30% more, don't they, or 40% more than the Fuji lenses?
But if you shoot where you need that high flash sync, like 800 to 2000, the Hasselblad ones are the way to go.
Jonathan's saying he doesn't feel the Z9's a significant difference from the Z7 II. Well, if you don't need the speed, then I don't necessarily disagree with you.
No, it does. Z7 II is a brilliant camera too.
Yeah.
There's also Z8 now.
Yeah, you don't need the speed. You're right. Z7 II is fine. It's not. It's nothing wrong with it.
I had one.
So Jonathan's asking you, Roy, if the Fuji lenses are worth their cost.
They are excellent lenses. If you need that extra tiny bit of sharpness, they probably are, because on a medium format, all lenses are going to be dear. But the two things that turned me off the Fuji is, apart from it being a little slow, was the sensor isn't as big as the Hasselblad. The Hasselblad H has got a much bigger sensor, which makes it worth getting. And I like the shutter in the lens.
Yeah, and what they're calling medium format really isn't.
It's
It's like the new definition of medium format, but it's really not true medium format size.
the same size as the first Hasselblad X1D. It's about 50% bigger than a full frame. It's not medium format by any stretch.
Yeah.
It's still quite a small sensor. And the trouble is, you've got all the slowness of a medium format camera with it. I seriously considered getting one.
Yeah, I think if I had the money, I bought 9 Mega Millions tickets the other day, and I of course I didn't win. If I won, then I would have, not only would I have every Nikon Z lens available, I would have stock in Nikon right now. But I didn't win nothing. But I mean, if I had the dough, I would seriously, from what I've seen on reviews comparing the Fuji to the Hasselblad, I would get the Hasselblad.
So
if I had the money, I would get the Hasselblad. I think the colors are better right out of the camera.
16-bit.
Yeah, and it's a phenomenal.
The other thing is, if you go medium format, you forget video. Videos.
Yeah, there's no video with the
Fuji or the Hasselblad.
Yeah, Fuji has video, right?
It has it, but you'd never use it.
Yeah,
I tried it. I didn't like it. It's good stills camera.
Yeah.
The Fuji is excellent for, say, landscapes, and you only need 1 or 2 lenses with a medium format, so it's worth considering. Now the Hasselblad's got autofocus too. It's quite a nice camera.
Yeah, I mean, typically the medium format, and because you're not shooting sports with it, the autofocus is not anywhere near as fast as what you're going to get out of a mirrorless camera, 35 millimeter camera. But you don't need it either. I mean,
I haven't been using my Hasselblad much these days. The Z9 does nearly everything I need it to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like when the D850 came out, everybody said that's the good all rounder. It does everything well.
Apart from video.
And yeah, except for video. But I think with the Z9, you can really say it does do everything well.
I use it for virtually everything.
Jonathan's saying he heard Hasselblad does not have any autofocus.
It does, but it's not. It's as slow as the Fuji.
Yeah, they're not lightning fast, either one of those cameras, when it comes to autofocus.
I haven't got the X1D or X2D. I've got the, where is it? There. I've moved them. The H. Hasn't even got a lens on it today. That's mine. Block my face so it can focus, but they're expensive and they do a really good. These are what you need if you do it professionally.
Well, I remember probably back in the, I'm thinking early 80s maybe, that when I would see an ad for a Hasselblad medium format camera that was digital, when they had the digital versions, it was basically $1,000 per megapixel.
Yeah.
And those bodies were like, $30,000.
Even the film ones back in the 80s,
right?
they're about 10 grand, and that's about triple the price of a new car at the time.
Yeah, it was nuts. I mean, I remember I'm like, gee, I'm looking at the price. I'm looking at the megapixels. I go, it's $1,000 a megapixel, and that's without the lens. That's just the body.
I've got a few old film medium formats that I still use because I put a digital back on them. I put Phase 1 back or a Hasselblad back on them.
Mazman is with us, so I'm going to say hi to Mazman. I guess we'll stay on for a few minutes. Oh, we're up to 17 people. We're growing. That we're going to get into the Chuck syndrome here. We're moving up. We're moving on up. We're going to stay on a little bit. We'll stay on a little bit here. Oh yeah, real Nikon lover saying when he looked at the Hassie in the mid '90s, it was $76,000 for the digital camera.
Yeah, that's right.
My God, you get that. You buy a condo for that.
It's still about 27 grand just for the camera, with that no lens or back.
Oh God.
The H system's still very popular amongst professionals because it just does a better job. It's 16-bit, and the images are the top of the line. If you really need perfection in images, that's the way to go.
Yeah, that's a I've never done. I really appreciate the work that people do when they stitch panoramas together and do stuff like that. But I always said to myself, as much fun as that would be to do, I says, I would hate to find out how much it would cost to print that panoramic shot. How much money, when some people have like let's say a shot that's, I don't know. I've seen it in museums, where you could have a shot that's 6 feet wide, panoramic. I mean, I wouldn't even. How much would something like that cost to get printed?
Oh, I remember I used to photograph little books that companies would hand out to their employees, and some of the books cost $200 each to print. They're tiny little books. Some of the money that these companies spend on these things is horrendous. But you can add a digital back to many medium format cameras. It's just a matter of plugging it in.
So Jonathan's asking when you add a digital. Jonathan's saying when you. Sorry.
The digital back isn't as big as film, but it covers a large part of the film area.
Yeah, you don't really need to use film anymore unless you want to at that point. Well, remember one of the first digital cameras was the Kodak digital back on the Nikon body.
Yeah.
I remember our professional photographer for the company that would do all the corporate requirements, headshots of the VP and the CEO and some product photography or putting together the company portfolio and that kind of stuff. Yeah, he had the Nikon with the Kodak back on it.
Yes.
That was a long time ago.
I like using the old cameras in the medium format, but I don't want to shoot film again. Just too much work. Too much cost.
Well, I don't have the room or the desire at this point in my life to handle chemicals anymore like that. I got exposed to way too many chemicals in my job working in electronics manufacturing for 40 years. I've had more chemicals sucked up into my skin. I'm surprised I don't have cancer, to be honest with you. I do not want to handle any photographic chemicals at all. If I do the film, I will get the film developed, and then I will scan it myself when I and process it that way. But I'm not going to be buying chemicals and doing that.
I'd never use an enlarger again, and paper prints. I'd get that done. But there's also a box you can buy now that automatically processes film yourself. I forgot what it's called. It's about the size of a lunchbox. You put your film in and it processes it, which is probably overpriced and messy. But I thought it was a cute idea. I never really looked into it too hard.
Yeah, it's probably something that's like $6,000.
No, it's not that expensive, but it's probably a few $100s. But
Okay.
I thought it was a cleaner way of doing it. You probably only use it a few times and you throw it away. And
well, I know my friend was looking at because he shoots 8mm film and Super 8 and stuff like that. He was looking to see what it would cost to develop his own film for his old movie cameras, and that was going to be pretty expensive.
I'm going to show you the adapters that you use for the old medium format cameras, but I can't reach them. Up in the top of the cupboard there. But I use it. I've got a Fuji GX680. I use a phase 1 back on the back of it. And what else do I use? I've got the old, what else? I've got the Mamiya RB67. I'll use a digital back on that. There's quite a few people doing that, but it's not an easy way to take pictures.
Well, you were never a TLR guy, right? So you didn't have like a Mamiya C330 or a Raleigh.
Funny you should say that.
I like when you say funny. I should say that.
It's a Chinese copy.
Ah, okay.
I haven't used it very much. I wasn't really for TLRs or rangefinders.
Oh, it was funny. Even Minolta made TLRs at one time.
Yeah.
Everybody tried to copy the Raleigh like crazy.
That was
the
one to
Sheikah
copy,
man.
beautifully made, beautifully engineered.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. When I shoot with that camera, and I don't know what it is, it's like I have a hard time. I don't have this problem with any other camera, but when I take that Raleigh out and I'm trying to have it level, I can't level it sometimes. I feel like, okay, I move a little to the left, I move a little to the right, I tilt it up a little, I go down. I just can't seem to get it exactly the way I want it. It's like I end up like, I'm a little bit off, and I get the negative. I got to bring it in, and I got to crop it. I got to straighten it.
It's a lot more work with the TLR than SLR.
Yeah, it's certainly not.
You got to think a lot more.
Yeah, I don't use it enough to like have that knack where like, oh yeah, it's instantaneous and everything is perfect. I mean, I like using it because it's old and it's fun, but it drives me nuts trying to get everything square, get everything perfectly lined up. Although you got the old. This is the old Voigtlander Bessa. That's medium format.
It is.
And I got a few models like this. And this I just got recently, and it functionally works. And the lens does not have a mark on it. It's perfect.
Good to hear.
Absolutely perfect. And it's
I've sort of gravitated to all Nikons now, apart from the Hasselblads and all the medium format stuff.
Yeah. But Yeah, the bellow cameras were the drop down bellow cameras were pretty neat, but the problem is that the bellows eventually they do wear out and crack and get
You can get them
pinholes on them.
replaced. You can also get paint to repair it with, special paint.
Yeah, there's companies out there where you could say I have such and such a model and they'll make a bellows for you.
Yeah, it's a lot of hassle though.
Yeah.
I use bellows a lot on the close-up stuff. I like a bellows on the Nikons. You can get tilt shift in them too. The Model 4 PB bellows was a tilt shift bellows.
I mean, that's what I like about those. You do have the tilt shift, on those types of cameras, and then you look at, okay, I want a tilt shift with a mirrorless or a DSLR. You're spending a ton of money on a tilt shift lens.
Yes.
That you just sit there, turn a knob here, turn a knob there. Oh, we're good.
But if you shoot product stuff, they can save a lot of time because instead of stacking, you can just drop the plane of focus where you want it. Whereas normally the plane of focus moves forward to back. You can drop the plane of focus where you want the focus to be, so they can save a lot of time.
Now, have you done stacking with macro?
Oh yeah. I
Now,
don't do
when
it
you,
now.
now
I
when
do it
when you set up the stacking in the macro, I mean, I know it's going to depend on your subject that you're taking a picture of, but how many images are you stacking, and how you set like the distance, how many increments you want it to go?
It depends on what I'm taking. Probably on average it'll be about 30 pictures. You've got to work out how big your depth of field is.
Yeah.
Hyperfocal distance will calculate that for you, and you just overlap them a little. I don't like the one in the Nikons, and still I prefer to do it manually. Just more accurate.
So obviously, any of that kind of stuff, you're firmly mounted on a tripod.
I've tried it handheld. I did a flower handheld, and it was okay, but wasn't what I'd call worth doing.
Yeah.
Tripod's the way to go.
Yeah, and Barnes says, totally agree. I'll put it up here. Started at 15 processing 20 rolls of film at a time in a big box tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
I might process film if I was really desperate to do it, but it's just so much work. If there's something worth doing, like colored fake infrared film, fake color infrared film, I'd probably do that. But it'd have to be something really special. I remember you used to get them processed. It was always different.
There's so many, especially for vintage cameras, they're in so many cases, you got companies that are buying 35 millimeter movie stock and cutting it and putting it in canisters and selling it, different brand names, and it's just old film stock. It's been laying around for who knows how long or whatever. It's like,
if it was in the fridge,
I don't know if any of that stuff's really any good,
If it's in the fridge, it's okay, but usually it isn't.
Yeah.
That's what you deal with when you deal with film. You don't know what you're going to get till you see it. Then it's too late.
Yeah, you'll see a company that says, "Oh, we managed to apprehend such and such a type of film. Get it while we got them." It's like, well, okay, where did you get them from? How old are they?
Has it been stored properly? And
yeah, do I really want it?
Some companies are still making it, but not many.
I was shocked. I was shocked at those 4x5. I mean, I didn't realize it till I'm reading up on it. I didn't realize that the companies were making 4x5 film for those field cameras. I mean,
Well, they're charging so much they can do it.
it's like, holy moly, you know? I mean, now I wonder how much. So because obviously Agfa's still making film and what Agfa, Ilford, Kodak, Fuji. Trying to think of who else. Well, like I said, you got all these brands you never heard of.
Last time I looked at the a large format film was about $10 per frame to get developed. Not nice.
No.
Unless you got use for it.
No, I don't. Even with like all my old cameras, it's like, okay, it's a once in a while fun thing to do, once in a great while. But like the drunk wedding photographer there who's doing film for all his weddings.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
He's got brass ones, as they say. I mean, that's a high risk proposition.
Just
that
one bad batch of film when you got problems.
Yeah, most people would not want to take that gamble that something isn't going to go wrong and then you don't have anything to give your customer.
Back in the 70s, I shot a few weddings and it was horrible. But what I used to do is I used to develop the film in the van because you had these 4-part developers then. And you could show the pictures to the proofs to the people at the reception. That's the way to make money. The quicker you get them to see the pictures, the better. But I'd never shoot weddings. Too much. I'm not a hug, I haven't got the thick skin.
No, it's like I said, I did 4 in my lifetime, which was 4 too many.
That's probably the same as me.
And it was basically for close friends who were either getting married themselves or their children. And I did it and I did the proofs, bought the photo album, made some big blow ups for them, and that was their wedding gift. Shot the wedding, did all the prints, gave them all the negatives, gave them proofs. Here's your wedding present.
People don't realize how much work's involved.
They made out pretty good on that deal.
There's a lot of work.
I wouldn't do it again. It's a stressor,
You need 2 shooters for a wedding anyway.
Well, yeah, because you need someone that's taking the groups at the tables.
One to do all the formal stuff and one to get all the snapshots.
Yeah, the people at the tables, get the cute pictures of the little kids, get the pictures of the flower girl and the ring bearer blowing bubbles, doing stuff like that to keep them entertained at the reception. And get those cutesy shots,
One photographer can't do both.
No.
Then you got the people with cameras shoving themselves in front of you to take the picture you're trying to take.
Oh, that drove me nuts. I'm like,
Don't know what they're thinking. They think, oh, you must know what you're doing, so they're going to jump in and take the same picture.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard Verhagen or other pros say, something. They turn around and say, "Look, I'm getting paid to do. They're paying me to give them the photos that they want. Please let me take mine first, and then then I will wave you in, and you could get your shot." But everybody's shooting with their $50 plastic camera, and
yeah, that's right.
Getting in your face.
Disposable camera.
Yeah.
Now it's iPhones.
Wow. Real Nikon lover saying, well, put this up. This is horrible. Outdoor shoot, 100 degrees, dusty ranch, 12 hours, no food or drink, 3 photographers and a videographer. Yeah, that's what I call a retirement plan. After that, you just quit. Hang it up after that one.
I'm lucky I can choose the work I want to do now. I do only about 10% what I used to do this year.
Now, when the work that you are doing, are you doing it inside of your home, or you have
Mostly
a
I
separate?
can't get out the house much. I'm fairly housebound for certain reasons.
Yeah,
Most of it's in the house now.
yeah,
I've got a make do studio here, which is good enough.
yeah.
It's not like my old one, but it does the job.
Mods man, no food or drink. Yeah.
Oh, you
That's
get some,
and they give no food or drink, and then if you complain, they give you salty peanuts, and they don't give you anything to drink, so that makes it worse.
so some companies, where they think of photographers, especially art directors, they just have no respect for you, any skill you have. They think it's just you stand there and press a button and a picture comes out.
Well, I used to get infuriated with my mother-in-law, who would say, and my wife would be looking at me like, "Don't say anything, stay calm, don't let the steam come out of your ears," because she would look, take pictures or whatever, and she'd say, "Oh, your camera takes such wonderful pictures," like you didn't have anything to do with it.
No,
The camera does magic. You do not do anything. Just the camera does magic. Oh, that used to, the hair on my back used to go up.
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to see, Roy, that in the photography genre, equipment wise, that you would personally get really, really excited about? Is there really anything left now?
I'd like to be able to control the camera easier. I'd like a tablet or something that plugs straight into the camera, and all the menus and that are on the tablet, rather than go through menus or go through crap pit. I won't say it. Snap pitch, pics, Snap Bridge.
Snap Bridge.
Yeah. I get in trouble with Nikon and Grace for calling it a different name. I didn't like it at all. But something that just plugs into the camera like an external screen to it. You got the field camera. I've got field monitors now, but it'd be nice to control the camera through the screen on them.
Well, I think not. Mozman mentioned as a wish list item would be to be able to have your, and this isn't quite the same thing, but wanting to be able to have all your menus replicated in an app that's either on your phone or in your computer, so that you could
Same sort of thing.
Go in there and preset your menus and then save it to your camera.
Yeah, I'd like to totally control the camera through a tablet or something.
Yeah.
Camera Pro does that now, but to a limited extent. I'd like to see a digital camera that has a replaceable backs. So you have a separate camera to the back, like you do in medium format. Then you just update that every year.
Did you ever? I'll just jump here. Real Nikon lovers are saying it was a freebie for a friend. That's what always got me in trouble. Buddy's daughter, freebie, wanted a picture of every little thing. Yeah.
The worst jobs I've done for free.
Yeah.
The people that get that work you work for value you at how much they're paying you, and if it's free, they have no value for you at all. There's a few charities and that, and you get treated like crap when you're trying to help them.
Well, yeah, you are, because they're getting it for free.
And that's how much
And
I
they
think
see, and they seem to forget that fact.
Then they turn up and they say, "Oh, can you take a few headshots of all our family?" And they keep adding things in because it's free, so they're going to get more out of it. Funny world.
Yeah. Did you ever use data backs that were common on
Yes,
35 millimeter cameras?
sometimes, but they take up part of the film. So I've got a few, but I collected them too, but I never used them much.
Now,
I normally
now
had a notebook instead.
well, correct me if I'm wrong. There were only a few. I mean, they're usually like every camera brand might have had 2 or 3 different model data backs. You know, one that would just be time and date stamped type of information. But usually the higher end one, and this was before they had intervalometers in the camera body themselves. They had it. They used to have that in the data backs, correct?
I don't remember seeing that in it, but they had all the data like exposure and all that with it. Most of the Nikon Fs had data backs that did that. I think I've got most of them, apart from the F1. That may not exist.
Yeah.
But I don't use that motor drives on the old film cameras if I was using them either, because you just work differently with them.
Now, I was reading on the you had sent me a PDF file for the Nikon F
Oh, that's
camera.
nice of me.
And yeah, nice manual. And well, you know, what was funny was okay, so it was interesting. I wanted to clean the focusing screen on it. And of course, you know, I pop off the viewfinder prism, and I'm like, okay, how do you get the screen out? And it was just as simple as hitting the same button that you use to help release the viewfinder, but you turn the camera upside down and it just pops it out.
Well, you got to remember which way up it goes.
Yeah, and that was really neat. Made it a lot easier to clean it. Boy, that's the one thing, boy, that it was so nice that you know, you could keep your viewfinder screen spotless and perfect. You know,
Yeah,
you could get at both sides of it, clean it. You know, you're not
up until the Nikon F5, they all had prisms that you could take out and clean, and it was just nice to. But the precision needed for that sort of engineering was on another level. It was much easier to make the F6.
Yeah. But I ended up having to buy, I bought I think I was able to track the serial number. So let me see if I have it here. Let me see if I got the file. Take me a second. Oh shoot! Didn't mean to do what I just did. Oh well.
We didn't see it.
Yeah. No, I didn't lose it. I just closed the file that I normally keep open. But I buy a Nikon F from a private owner, and the person said it was his grandfather's camera, and it had the FTN viewfinder
That's always
on it.
a worry.
And he said the CDS, the cell didn't work. He says, as far as he knows, the cell didn't work. So I'm like, you know what? The price was really, really fair, and the camera looked mint. And I get the camera, and the camera was mint. I mean, the camera was just impeccable, mechanically perfect. Other than that viewfinder. So I think I told you I ordered one from Japan. That didn't work out. I send it back, and the guy did give me my money back, but he claimed I checked it when you sent it back, and it does work. And it's like I didn't want to get in an argument with him, but it didn't work. It was not accurate. The needle bounced around a lot, never settled down.
If it's moving, it's working to him.
Yeah. The just because the needle moves doesn't mean the thing is good. So so that'll be my tip to those of you out there that are looking to buy a metered viewfinder for an old Nikon camera. When they say meter works, you question them and you define to them and you say, my definition of a meter that works is that it gives me an accurate reading and a proper exposure, not just that the needle goes up and down, because
the meter is always the first thing to go on those old cameras, though.
Yeah.
All this mechanical stuff that looks so complicated goes forever.
So I ended up buying, so that particular one was trying to find the year here. I'm trying to find my list.
They made it in 59.
They made it in 59, but that particular one was a 1970. 1970. So then I bought another one. So then after having the bad luck with the FTN viewfinder, I found someone selling another Nikon F with the FTN viewfinder, swore up and down that it worked, said he had the camera checked out, meter was accurate, money back guarantee, you could send it back. So I says, well, I got nothing to lose. So I bought it. The camera was probably, instead of being like near mint, it was excellent, but it had some serious cleaning to do on the outside metal. I had to spend a little time with some ammonia and hydrogen peroxide mix to clean up the metal. But mechanically, it was absolutely perfect. And I checked the meter, and the meter worked, and the meter was accurate. So
sometimes the shutter can be a little out too. I've got a shutter checker to do that.
So I got so I did get lucky. So I have one meter to put on the near mint body, and then the other one I thought about getting just the regular prism, with no meter system in it. And people are trying to get $260 for just the prism, and I'm like, well, I'll use what I got on there now. I got to use a handheld meter anyway.
When digital first came out, you get those prisms for about $20.
Yeah, it's like I'm not paying no $260. I could go out and buy another camera for that amount of money with the prism on it. I'm not going to pay that much just for the prism. I says, forget it. There's
a chance it may not work anyway.
Yeah, it's like
maybe dirty
But yeah, the people are charging. People are charging way too much, or they think it's worth a heck of a lot more than it really is, because it's not worth what they're charging for it.
The thing is, they probably found this old camera that looks brand new, and they look it up on the internet what it's worth, and that's what they think they can sell it for. Whereas there's probably problems with it, and if a camera's not been used for years, they don't work very well.
No, all the lubricants get gummy inside. And then what you end up with is, the shutter speed works as long as you're shooting at 1/250th of a second, or if you start shooting at half a second or 1 second or 2 seconds, they get stuck and they don't work.
That's right.
or
face the lenses down too. You should face these lenses that way up, facing down, because you've got the helicoil focus there, and you've got the aperture blades at the top. If you put them that way up, all the oil is going to run onto the aperture blades.
That's a good tip.
That's important.
That's a good tip. That's how you can look in my case. That's how I got, with an exception of one that I got laying horizontal. Most of them are just like you showed, front element down. Front element
it just
down.
means the oil is not going to run off the helical focusing mechanism onto the blades.
But I tell you, there's some nice AI glass out there.
Oh, there's some lovely pieces of glass, and they're pleasant to use. The thing is, if you were working, you wouldn't use them because they're slower to use. But if you just enjoy photography, they're lovely.
Yeah.
One thing with AFS lenses, you should always make them focus a few times every month or two. Otherwise, the motor seizes up and starts to squeak. Or the lubricant will move to one side.
Yeah, and this was a problem I would have at some of the weddings. Well, not so much the barfing part, but the guy passed out on the floor, and then you would get people that were at the wedding trying to convince you that you needed to take a bunch of pictures of this person that were passed out on the floor. And I said, no, I'm taking pictures that are appropriate that the bride and groom would like. I'm not going to take pictures of the drunk guy on the floor. I'll let you do that with your camera. I'm not going to do it. But it's amazing that they just think, oh yeah, go over there and take a picture of Uncle Fred that passed out on the floor. It's like, no, I'm not taking a picture of Uncle Fred that passed out on the floor. Not doing it.
If something humorous happens that's honest and not degrading, it's worth taking a picture of that.
Yeah. Cal Jackson is taking off. We'll see you next week. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for visiting. Appreciate it. And, I think we're going to call it quits, Roy, because we're down to 13 people, and it's getting
low enough.
It's been long enough. And I need
nearly 5 hours.
Need to get some sleep. Yeah, it's been, yeah. So, guys, we're going to call it a night. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much, I think, for helping put together a photo review that our friend Chuck is going to really enjoy watching over the next couple days, catching up where he left off. We had phenomenal photographs. We had people submitting photos for their first time they've ever submitted a photo to anybody. That was fantastic. And an underwater photograph for, I think, the first time, which was really, really cool with the turtle there. I love that.
I'd love to do that myself.
So, yeah, it made me looking at the at a few used Nikonis cameras earlier today.
No, not with film. And the waterproof housings are too dear. Probably get a fish tank and shove it in the water and shove my camera in it. Or something stupid like that. We'll get one of those AW1s or something.
But I thank all you folks and have a good night. And as I say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there and get some pictures with whatever you use and whatever genre you shoot. Just make a point of getting out there and capturing some memories for yourself. So we will be signing off now. And thanks again. Hey, give us a thumbs up, a like, and hopefully subscribe if you haven't subscribed for the remaining 13 people that are still here.